Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for day 2 of Group C. Group C was dominated by Ryan Furness yesterday, winning all 5 of his matches. But we start today with our final match of yesterday's
First
session.
leg, it's Kev to throw
which
first.
was Simon Adams
Game
up
on.
against Kevin Dowling. Now yesterday, before the off, Marco Cantella was the 9-4 favourite to win this group. Ryan Furness was 13-5, and despite Matthew Edgar winning all of his matches, he's still a backable favourite to win the group.
98.
Yeah, you wouldn't think odds of 4-11 seem a backable price, but they really are in this scenario today because Ryan Furness 4 points clear of Simon Adams and Marco Cantele, who are sat in positions 2 and 3 in our table going into today's action.
85.
Tony Wood on 4 points, but that means that realistically, someone's going to have to go through the card, I feel, here, because you're not going to expect Ryan Furness to go through today's fixtures without
95.
victory along the way, and 3 wins would be enough for him. The big thing for Marco Cantele, for Ryan Furness, is he doesn't have to beat Marco Cantele or Simon Adams, the players in position 2 and 3. He just needs to beat the players at the bottom of the table, and that would be enough to win the group.
95.
Great value.
Yep, I agree. And of course, Adams and Cantella do have to play each other, so only one of them is going to get 2 points out of that little contest. It was a tough day yesterday,
26.
statistically and results-wise, for Kevin Dowling. Himself and Stu Wilson only picking up the single win.
We talk about statistics-wise, Simon Adams is a player that's sort of
100.
gone backwards throughout the week. He started the week off with his best performance of the day in terms of a running average, 91.11. That was obviously boosted by that 107.05.
44.
Gone backwards since 81 and 76 yesterday, and we've picked up on the fact that there's fatigue in there, which might mean these early games are going to be so important for Simon Adams, because as the day goes on, we may once
100.
again see him start to physically struggle. It is day number 5 in a row.
Yeah, and it has to be said, Stu Wilson massively improved over the course of the day. So we take into account that
140.
fatigue. The final match of the
Simon,
day
you require
will feature Simon Adams.
121.
He plays Stu Wilson, who is even money to win that tie. Double 20 would have left double 18.
81. Kev, you
It's
require
been a solid start
98.
here from Simon Adams to challenge the throw of Kevin Dowling. Kevin Dowling's doubling in the early part of yesterday was on point, 4 from 5 in the opening fixture.
60.
He was playing the opening fixture yesterday
Simon, you require
with hope
40.
ahead of him, where today, just a road of stress. He's going to know he's got to win all 5 matches today.
Yeah, it's more a case of
Game
dread
starting the
going
first
into
leg.
today. And if Simon Adams is going to pick up points, I'm absolutely with you, Matt. I think he's got to get them early.
Second leg,
Early
it's Simon to
fixtures
throw first.
today for Simon Adams
Game
are
on.
this game here against Kevin Dowling. He will then have a 3-game break before he takes on Marco Cantele, and he will have the advantage of throwing that game.
Win here makes that
83.
match a slightly different proposition psychologically, how he goes into it more than anything else.
It's a very bright start here from the South African, who's here in preparation for his World Championship campaign starting
60.
next week. Just seem to be moving a little bit more free at the moment. We know he doesn't like to sit down too much in between
59.
sessions, though. He is 56 years old, playing more darts than he's ever played in his life.
Certainly taken his toll on him this week, and he's the first to admit that he needs to be fitter.
100.
He wants to lose a bit of weight to put less stress on the lower body.
68.
and you don't think it makes too much of an impact, but when you understand the sciences of the body and you think about the tension in such as
100.
the hamstrings, what that will do is that's going to turn the pelvis, and you'll then start to throw over your shoulder a little and start throwing left.
Case in point. Timed to perfection.
50. $121.
The pressure from Dowling for having his throw broken. Comes Adams, and he had a lot of 180s over the course of Group A across Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
125. Kev, you require 120.
Kevin Dowling loses the lie here and gives Simon Adams an opportunity. Yeah, he had plenty of 180s in his Group
50.
A campaign, 20
Simon, you
maximums, but only
require
managed one
116.
yesterday. What a chance here. Confirm that breaker throw. The hold, and he's
96.
pulled it very low.
Kev,
He's
you require
almost
70.
surprised himself.
So Kevin has 52 left. That leaves tops to break straight back.
30.
Well, as far
Simon,
as
you
Simon was
require
under,
20.
Kevin Dowling was over it.
Game shot on the second leg. Simon
Confirms
Adams.
the break, Matt.
Solid performance here so far from Simon Adams. Average of around about
Third
the
leg.
86
It's Kev
mark.
to
And
throw first.
Kevin Dowling's
Game on.
got lots to ponder here. It's much lower performance for Kevin Dowling. I can certainly vouch for him that he's been a quality dart player now for 30 or so years. Not just on the county
85.
circuit, but also was a player on the PDC Pro Tour for a long period of time.
What was Simon's average over the course of Group A? I know you made a note of that.
100.
It was over 85, wasn't it?
He was around that mid-80s. Yeah, that was boosted obviously because of the good performance on Monday where he had 107, a 96 and a 94 average in his first 5 fixtures.
What's
100.
impressed me the most reading over those numbers is how much a jump in level of performance he's producing here in comparison to the data we managed to retrieve from all the league play and tournament play from South Africa.
55.
Devon Peterson has been an inspiration to many. I hope Simon is an inspiration to many more.
140.
Really want to make this a global product. I've had players literally from all over the world.
$41.
Devon was such an influence on me. I think I mentioned it yesterday. Those flights holds them with such high esteem because they were a gift from Devon Peterson and
100.
just won't change them. And as you can see, they are bashed right up. Interestingly,
60. Kev, you require 76.
there is a feature-length interview, isn't there, Matt, with Simon Adams? Will be on our MODUS Super
40.
Series YouTube channel today, so another reason to subscribe and hit that notification bell. And if you like it, give us a thumbs up. We appreciate the support. If you do have any questions or comments, Matt Edgar does have the X/Twitter app
120.
open here in the comms box, so you can get direct to us
Kev, you require
at
36.
MSS Darts, all one word, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
Game shot on the third leg. Kev Dowling.
And for Kevin Dowling to feel positive about. It's a comfortable hold to
Fourth
throw
leg,
there,
it's
leaving
Simon to
Simon
throw
Adams
first.
back on the
Game
1-2-5. But for Kev, he knows the task. He's got to be all 5. His 10 points aren't going to be enough.
No, it has to be perfect.
100.
And the hold of throw, Simon will be of little concern to him. Got that all-important break. What he doesn't want to do is relinquish it.
140.
Starting to warm up for Kevin Dowling. He was spraying them around the board in the early part of this game. He's now starting to get that grouping together, which
45.
as a player, when you start getting the darts bundled together, that's the first sort of major task. Then it's just where that grouping is in relation to the treble 20.
Yeah, it's just about honing in.
59.
You don't want to feel like you're throwing 3 darts different, which when the darts are with as much distance as there was early on, you're almost trying to work out the mechanics of your own throw.
100.
I feel is somewhere Kevin Dowling's got lost in his own mind somewhere along the way.
And there's a fair bit that goes on dart 1 where he sort of sets it, and then dart 2 and 3 feel
83.
look much more natural.
Yes, upped his game here, Kevin Dowling.
38.
The average now is better than that of his opponent, which, when you look, one player's average is going up, the other one's going down. The place you expect them to meet in the middle is going to be on the legs column.
64.
Up until that point, it looked the most likely scenario. Oh, that's superb.
171. Kev, you require
Give a
155.
slightly different look to the leg.
Absolutely. It all looked like Kevin Dowling was going to get that breaker throw back, and a maximum visit from Simon Adams.
85.
Big last from
Simon,
Kevin,
you
just gives
require
himself hope.
47.
If Simon Adams is not able to take out the 47, Kevin Dowling is sat poised ready to strike, but it's double 16 for Simon Adams.
Game shot
That
on the
puts
fourth
him
leg.
just a leg
Simon
away
Adams.
from the match. He's going to have 3 opportunities to do so, but he's only going to have 1 with the throw. Kevin Dowling will have the throw in
Fifth
2
leg, it's
out
Kev
of the
to
last
throw
3 legs
first.
if it goes that far.
Game
But
on.
Simon Adams is on for 2 more points, which should take his tally up to 8. And then he would probably become one of the biggest Tony Wood fans, because Tony Wood would take on Marco Cantelé in our
59.
3rd fixture of the day, which Cantelé is not able to follow in Simon Adams' footsteps. We will have a gap of not just points, but quite sizable in the legs column as well.
140.
Yeah, that could be absolutely massive come the end of this session. It could end up coming all down to the superior leg difference. And of course, Simon has a chance to make that gap even
60.
bigger when they meet in match number 5 this afternoon.
Shaping up for lots of stories within the story here.
180.
That's our first max of the session. Bring in the 5th leg of this opening encounter between Kevin Dowling and Simon Adams.
Adams average up by the 90 now, starting to find that form of
55.
Monday, which is in his best day so far. And I do feel he has openly admitted to feeling the fatigue. It's as if he's gone, right, I'm going to put everything I've got into these early fixtures, try and get the
100.
points on the board, try and power through.
Eventually, on an 11 darter to get it done.
100.
No real pressure.
Simon,
Don't
you
have to do
require
anything
81.
elaborate here. Keep it simple.
Doesn't need to go 12 and ball. But he does anyway. Well, that was the attempted target. Just sets it up
41.
nicely there to tops a target he's had a lot of success on this week. Hits it one more time. He is well and truly in the mix here for a Saturday night place.
57. Simon, you require 40.
Himself a tiny bit of outside hope. Simon Adams is one dart away. Double 10.
Game shot and the
And he
match.
kickstarts his
Simon
campaign
Adams.
off absolutely perfectly today. Simon Adams, a 4-1 victory over Kevin Dowling, whose hopes are becoming very slim now for a Saturday night place. But Simon Adams, well and truly in the mix. Can Ryan Finesse put another step forward towards Saturday night? We'll find out next. He takes on Stu Wilson.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge for match number 2 on the final day of Group C. He has started, if you're just joining us, with Simon Adams getting a comprehensive full 1 win.
First leg,
over
it's Ryan
Kevin
to throw
Dowling
first.
and moving himself
Game on.
into second position on 8 points. 2 adrift of this man, Ryan Finesse, who went through the card yesterday. 5 out of 5 up against Stu Wilson, who picked up just the 1 win yesterday.
125.
The perfect start. Almost finesse from Furness. I'll take that off you. Henry, before you chip in with that one.
180.
Well, it is a perfect start for Wilson, however. Delighted to be joined in the comms by our resident presenter and commentator.
93.
How are you this afternoon, Henry?
Not too bad, mate. It feels like 5 minutes since I've seen you last. As Wilson looks to kick off almost in perfect tune.
82.
We're getting to know each other and acquaint ourselves quite well, haven't we, mate?
Certainly did yesterday, pal, didn't we?
Finesse is equating himself quite well with the treble 20. 2 maxis within the first leg, and it took us yesterday up until the 5th match of the day to find a maximum yesterday. The standard has dramatically risen on day 2 in comparison to day 1.
I think everybody here thought that although Ryan went through the card, he didn't really get out of second gear. And that is very much a compliment.
Game shot on the
What a
first
start.
leg.
12 darter, hold of throw. Had a max put into him, responded with one of his own and a ton plus finish.
Second leg, it's Stu to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I'd give yourself a bit of appreciation for that lot as well.
Well, this was probably the game out of all of them yesterday where Ryan was probably pushed the hardest
100
out of everybody against Stu. It felt quite comfortable. It felt like he could almost coast towards the 4 victories prior. But he has come out this morning in some lean, mean mood.
Well, I picked up on comms, and when we spoke about Ryan Finesse last night in the early hours, that we felt there was way more gears to come, and he never looked settled for me yesterday. Where today looks a different animal.
140.
It can also come down to as well, he knows what to expect today, whereas maybe yesterday the pace can be something, even though you may have watched it until you actually physically play it, it can take you a little bit by surprise.
Yeah, good point. Good point. And his campaigns have normally, because he works in a family business, his campaign is normally in Group B, so he's not particularly versed
43.
in playing in the mornings or afternoons, but it's definitely suiting him today. Maybe it just took him a day yesterday just to acclimatise.
30.
Well, he's left himself the fish. May have to take it, otherwise he may get broken by Finesse, who I know we're still in leg 2, but is
55.
averaging
Stu, you require
just under 110. Well, the fish isn't going to go for Wilson, and so Finesse is hoping that leg 2 is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
60. Ryan, you require 123.
Triple 18 for the bull. Bullseye for 2-0, and the breaker throw
Game shot on the
right
second leg.
in the middle
Ryan
of the diddle, and Finesse leads 2-0.
103. Followed by a 1, 2,
Third
3.
leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
12 and 15.
Game on.
111.33. Some start to the match, this.
In 2 legs, he's got more ton plus finishes than he had on the whole of yesterday.
121.
Just a solitary 116, and that came in the game against Stu Wilson. Using this week as a preparation ahead of his
81.
exploits at Q School in January, and is hoping to give the tour a little bit more of a go in 2024. Obviously, he wants to be on the pro circuit, but if not, then
95.
he will try and delve a bit more deeper, play a bit more Super Series if he can, and give the Challenge Tour a bit more of a go. He missed out on the first bunch last year, and as a consequence, because of the rankings and things like that, he felt it was probably
22.
best to branch out elsewhere in 2023.
Yeah, the early leaders on those initial challenge tours, of course, make up the reserve list on the
96.
pro tour. And once you start getting involved with that, your confidence build, you can earn a bit more money. You're playing at a much higher level, and make or break you,
100.
of course. But Ryan relishes the opportunity. He's got a recorded high average of 105.82. Well, that's in danger of being smashed. Trouble 15's the shot for me, but there you go.
139.
I'm not playing.
Well, I know what Chris Mason would do on 50.
Route 1 darts, pal.
100.
Don't get paid overtime.
Ryan, you require 50.
Oh, he did go for it as well. Double 8.
34.
His opponent's not on a finish, so there was no jeopardy if he did miss it. And he's cleaned it up enough to leave double 8.
Yeah, he's just trying to express himself. Or maybe he's aware that he had an opportunity to produce
28.
a PB
Ryan,
in
you
terms of
require
average
16.
here.
Double 4.
8.
Nudges the wire.
Stu, you require
million miles away.
170.
Another would have left the ball, and so Finesse is back for double 4. Just to put in comparison the performance of Ryan Finesse,
98.
by
Ryan, you
contrast of
require
yesterday, the
8.
highest average of the day was 92.06. Finesse is at levels way above that, but he needs to find the double here, and possibly
score.
the little bit of extravagance
Stu,
could
you
well be his
require
undoing in this
72.
leg, because Stu Wilson now is tiptoeing closer towards the finishing line as Ryan Finesse can't get over it. Double 6
Game shot
is
on the
found,
third leg.
and
Stu
that is a
Wilson.
right old pincher. That's a break back. We return to throw at 2-1.
Yeah, that's the danger in going for the ball
Fourth leg,
and
it's Stu to throw first.
not hitting it.
Game
You
on.
then, maybe embarrassed is the wrong word, but you're aware that if you go on to lose the leg, you'll feel and look a little bit silly.
60.
Finesse missed 8 darts at a double there to go 3-0 to the good.
85.
Fine with the last dart.
100.
What do you make of Simon Adams in that game against Kevin Dowling a little bit earlier on?
140.
Yeah, that's probably as well as he's looked since Monday for me. I said maybe he's getting his sleep pattern right, and
100.
Matt Edgar picked up on a great point. He's in a position today where it's all or nothing, isn't it? He's got to give it absolutely the full beans.
57.
Look, you've played the Desert Classic and tournaments like that where you've got to go to different time zones in different countries, and that does take a little while to acclimatise to.
Yeah, you're never there long enough. In the end, I just sort of ran with it. Was
100.
going to bed at 10, waking up at 4:30, and just carrying on as normal. I just couldn't stop
84.
waking at around 4,
Stu, you
4:30
require
a.m.
141.
Which is dangerous in Vegas.
Well, there's no windows, is there? You have no relativity of time whatsoever.
28.
Famously,
Ryan, you
the
require
casinos in Las Vegas don't
135.
have clocks on them.
Correct.
So Wilson,
70.
113
Stu,
to
you
bring this
require
game back to 2-2.
113.
Remember, Finesse in the last leg had missed 8 darts to go 3-0 to the good, having originally opted to go straight for the bullseye to win the leg. 55 remaining, so 15 for tops will be the play. And so Finesse
73.
to get
Ryan,
that
you
break
require
back and to put himself a
65.
leg away. 2 darts at tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Ryan
Well,
Finesse.
that'll make him feel a whole lot better after the mess he made of leg 3.
Fifth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game
Now
on.
throws to the match, throws for 12 points. And you'd get the sense that if he moves on to 12, he's realistically a win away from sealing his spot through, you'd say.
99.
Yeah, it's hard to see anything else, which is I myself and Matt thought the price of 4-11 to win today was absolutely enormous for the short price big punters.
140.
And look at the overhead angle
60.
of how the darts enter the board. Interesting angle, the way Stu's darts enter the board.
Yeah, well, they come out of the hand on an angle, so
85.
there's not enough flight time for them to ultimately straighten up, where it's a much cleaner release from this man.
108.
What a player he is. That's his second max of the match. And he's closing in on a win that would make him a part of the dozen-point party.
100.
6 darts to seal the job.
$105.
So leads himself single to double combination to seal a 4-1 victory within the space of 5 visits. His average just a tick under 94, and if you take out
85.
those missed doubles in the
Ryan, you
third
require
leg, he's been pretty much
57.
word perfect on the outer ring. 2 darts at tops, Ryan Finesse.
Game
for
shot.
victory
And the match,
number
Ryan
6, and he
Finesse.
really is the dominant force at the top of the group. He gets the better of Stu Wilson by 4 legs to 1, an average of 93.5, 2-ton toppers in there. We're going to take a break, and when we return, Wood Cantler. Welcome back to the Super Series. Game 3
leg,
sees
it's
Tony
Tony to
Wood
throw
and Marco
first.
Cantler go
Game on.
toe-to-toe after what was a blockbuster performance from Ryan Finesse after the break, dismantling Stu Wilson by 4 legs to 1, an average over 93.5, 2-ton toppers in there. But Wood and Cantler are third
80.
match of the day, and I'm happy to say that I'm in the company of Matthew Edgar to talk through this one. Matt, what do you expect from these two today?
Bit of nerves. I think there's going to be a bit of tension in there, but that can also bring out the best line of performance at times.
100.
Tony Wood, if he's going to keep his hopes realistic and within his own grasp, this game becomes quite important, even at the early phase here, because Marco Cantler, if he wins this, will join Simon Adams on 8 points, and Wood will be 4 points behind,
45.
but 4 points behind 2 players. So I feel this is more of an important game here for Tony Wood, but I've been impressed with Tony Wood this week, and I like what I've seen.
If you look at Marco's numbers in comparison to the others yesterday, would you feel like perhaps he played probably better than what the 6 points are worth? That maybe he was probably the closest player in terms of standard alongside Finesse?
Yeah, I mean, at times, and I think that's been
100.
kind of the story of Marco's week. It's just been times and moments, and that's not what the Super Series is judged over. That's what Saturday night is. But this part of the Super Series is about consistency, and that's the little bit that he needs to find
83.
in a group like this. He could quite easily get through this group, but just needs a little bit more consistency.
In terms of what the odds compilers say, they can't split the pair. 5 to 6 each of 2.
78.
I'd agree with that. If I was compiling the odds, I would not want to be bringing my colours to either mast.
Tony Wood yesterday got off to take away the first game. He had a good
100.
middle of the session, but then maybe towards the end just petered out somewhat. Lost out first match 4-0 to Kevin Downing, but then picked up back-to-back wins, 4-2 against Stu Wilson and Simon Adams respectively. And there were some good performances in there as well. He had the highest
60.
average of the day, the 92 in there, but then
Marco, you
just
require
dovetailed towards the
118.
end. Has Marco got Tony's number? He can just nudge that above. The line of the dart's quite nice there for Marco, and the treble would have left double 19. Not going to happen on this occasion. And so Tony
58.
Wood, 138
Tony, you require
to keep a hold of his throw in this opening leg.
The Humphreys. And it's on. He likes that live. There's possibly an argument to stay there on that
98.
treble 20. A nice
Marco, you
sitting up
require
dart.
60.
Perfect for Tony Wood in the top of the bed. But Marco will be hoping to go to the top of the board. And the way his darts lie, he wants that first dart to be as close to the double as possible.
Game shot
That's
on
a
the first
beautiful
leg.
dart there
Marco
from
Cantele.
Marco Cantele. Gets the breaker throw at the first time of asking and just sends the warning signs here
Second
to Tony
leg, it's
Wood.
Marco to throw first. Game on.
Could be getting into a 3-horse race for those places pretty early in the day. Tony Wood's next fixture would be against the unbeaten Ryan Finesse, who's just had a fantastic performance
140.
in that last match, the 4-1 win over Stu Wilson.
$60. $57.
Cantler just beginning to build up ahead of steam, average just over 87. But Tony Wood making a sluggish start to this match, it has to be said.
100.
And it's not something that's traditionally been a standout problem for Tony Wood. It's very hit and miss this early fixture. He's
40.
fixture number 1. He's had 3 victories over the 4 days with various averages that actually ranged 22 points in performance, a low of a 70, a high of a 92. There's not really too much of a pattern to suggest that
180.
he doesn't like fixture number 1.
You like that, though?
$100.
Both players on a finish.
Tony,
Tony Wood has
require
effectively taken the darts
161.
here. He gets first poke at 161. Not going to go, and so Cantello is going to get a go at the 164. And it doesn't look like Tony's going to leave this much hand. He needs to find a treble, doesn't
42.
find one.
Marco, you require
119 if he comes back,
164.
but this would be a roof-raising moment. Doesn't go, so we're back for 119 for a level game, 1-1.
100. Tony, you require 190.
Never met a dart player that says, I like a 119 finish. One of those horrible ones that even if you hit the treble, still need to hit something extra special. Tony Wood just trying to set it up. That first dart, Wayward took away the opportunity to take out the 119.
79.
It's it up beautifully, but
Marco, you require
I
64.
feel like this is going to be one of those shots that Cantelli's going to like. He's going to be able to pick his double.
16's corridor. Take your pick. Single leaves the requisite double.
32.
But he just nudges it wide of the
Tony,
post.
you
And so
require
Wood back for
40.
tops for the break back and to level this game up at 1 apiece.
Game shot on the
Bound
second
1-1.
leg.
Break
Tony
back.
Wood.
17 darts for Tony Wood. This has the feel of a game that has the makings of a last leg decider, and
Third
the pair
leg, it's
cannot
Tony
be
to
split
throw
after
first.
2.
Game on.
Wood with the throw in leg 3.
This is the 5th time we've seen
81.
this fixture this week, and it's probably going to be the last. I think it's very unlikely that we get a situation where we have both players qualify for Saturday night. Now, there are only 2 places available, and Ryan Finesse already on 12 points, running away with things, top of the table,
43.
plus 17 legs.
Looking for his second of the match.
140.
Not going to happen. That's his first 140 of the game, Tony Wood. And just beginning to up the levels. The 2 players are kind of seesawed now, where at the beginning of the game, Marco came out quite strongly. Tony Wood was a bit slow out the tracks, but it feels like both players have
100.
almost seesawed into separate directions.
$100.
Goes back to that word I used at the start of this match that's just plagued Marco Cantele a little bit this week. That's consistency.
100.
That's probably what you'd describe Tony Wood as. A model of consistency, always around that sort of mid-80 average for a day. Meaning 6 visits to the board, which it's hard to
60.
beat.
To quote our good friend and colleague Mark Webster, Tony Wood's just beginning to turn the screw a little bit.
41. Tony, you require
Well,
120.
It's time to see whether Tony can climb the ladder. 120. Well, needs to branch just a bit further up. That just
60.
nudges in the single. And so only 60 scored, and so halving the score, but should get 2 at tops upon his return.
$100. Tony, you require 60.
The routine of Tony Wood. So replicated, measured, methodical pace,
40.
but doesn't find the
Marco, you
accuracy on
require
this occasion.
117.
So an outside opportunity here for Cantele, who only needs the 1 treble to be able to get that breaker throw. Not that treble.
And so Wood comes back, double 10 to
49.
turn this game
Tony,
around.
you
He had
require
gone 1-0
20.
down. He was broken in the first leg. Double 10 to put himself 2-1 to the good.
Game shot on the
Bound,
third
no
leg.
messing
Tony
about.
Wood.
2-1 Tony Wood.
Fourth leg, it's Marco to throw first. Game on.
This meeting yesterday went all the way to a decider. Marco Cantele won it by 4 legs to 3. Both players averaging in the mid to high 80s. Cantele 88.46. 66% when it came to the finishing in that match. Tony Wood 86.17. In matter of fact, in 7 legs of darts, we saw only 3 missed doubles in that particular encounter.
$44. 100. $41.
Again, only just to find a dart
100.
over the top of the one on the bottom wire. That's the ideal land for Cantele with the way that his darts land flat in the board.
$28.
No attack here from Tony Wood. 9 darts thrown and a little over 100 points scored.
But there was a point where you thought that Tony was
50.
toying around with Marco. But now the game has just met a little bit in the middle, and it looks like we're going back to 2-2.
$140.
140 there for Tony Wood, but it's not really going to make any heavy weather, you feel. Cantle had 6 darts and 193 at least to square this game back up at 2-2.
$99.
So 94 for Cantor to level this game up. Both players averaging 78 in this encounter. It's one of those games where
60.
neither player going to be happy with their level
Marco,
of
you
performance, but the
require
crucial thing is to
94.
just try and get the result by hook or by crook. 54 leaves tops.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Clean
Marco
and
Cantele.
clinical for Marco Cantella. 2-2 it is, 2 out of 4 on the doubles. And it feels like there is just no separating this pair.
5th leg, it's Tony to
There's
throw
hardly any
first.
separating them before the
Game
off, and
on.
this is exactly what sort of expected this game to go like. Feeling the vibe.
121.
The added pressures of the scoreboard. League table coming into play this early due to the fact we've got a runaway leader now with Ryan Finesse. Looking like we're going to
100.
know some of our lineup for Saturday night pretty soon. We know Ben Robb's in there after qualifying through Group A. Michael Warburton looks like he's got a foot through the door. And you can put your feet through the door as well. Just get out your
24.
smart device and scan your QR code on screen. A £2 booking fee. And you can be here tomorrow night joining us for one of our last sessions before Christmas. We're easing in towards the Christmas break.
97.
And I can tell you that tickets are available up until the end of February time. So if you fancy a little bit of a Christmas gift to your most beloved or your good mates, your good pals, then why don't you head over to dartshot.tv and gift them the gift of live
58.
darts this Christmas. Nothing beats a bit of generosity, Matt.
95.
Mind you, we should do a little bit of a Christmas nativity, shouldn't we? Thinking about giving the gift of Christmas.
125.
Did we? Are you going to put that with your Super Series Snowman?
Put it this way, there won't be 3 wise men. Incidentally, if you head over to
60.
dartshot.tv, you can also get tickets to the various range of exhibition events that are put on by MODUS. An event in Cheltenham at the middle portion of next year. A couple of events tonight in Ipswich and Scarborough, as well as tickets for the World Seniors, which takes place at the
133.
iconic
Marco, you require
Circus Tavern
149.
in February. Cantella looking for 149 to get what would be a second break of the match as far as he's concerned, and it would mean that he'd throw for the match. It's not going to go, and so Wood left square on top to move 3-2 in front.
137. Tony, you require 40.
Once again, retake the lead, but this time put himself a leg away from the match. Look to the scoreboard would tell him that Marco Cantelli is only a dart away himself.
20.
And a missed opportunity
Marco,
for Tony Wood
12.
could become fatal.
It could well be a sliding doors moment in this match. 6-6 for the break. Down to the trap door. But the
Game
door
shot
is
on the fifth
open.
leg,
And
Marco
Cantelli
Cantelli.
now finds himself on the hill and is throwing for the match. A victory which would move him on to 8 points in the group. 11 on points with Simon
Sixth
Adams.
leg,
However,
it's
the
Marco
big
to throw
issue
first.
as far as
Game
Marco
on.
is concerned is that huge residual gap in terms of the legs difference. If he wins this 4-2, there'd be 7 legs between himself and Simon Adams in that particular bracket. Although Adams and Candela do play in
121.
game 5, which is the middle match of this particular session.
$140. $60. $41.
Opportunity again presenting itself with Tony Wood. They've been there for him. He's just not been able to step in. Cantelli feel eventually going to stop giving out the gifts.
$85.
I should make a public apology. Of course, the 5th game is not the halfway point of the session. It'll be the third way point. I'm getting myself mixed up from last night.
$100.
Big last start there for Tony Wood. It was just starting to feel a little bit desperate. Produced a fabulous start there, finding the treble in the bottom corner. Obviously, if Cantelli is able to hold his throw on this occasion, he will seal the points. He will
81.
start sealing fates of players, because we're going to start losing players very soon at this point of the group campaign.
$85. Marco, you
Well, this would
require
be some way to seal it. 154 for Candela to seal a 4-2 win. It would put him on 8 points. It would put him very much in the mix, but it's not going to happen this time. And so Wood back for 135. This would be some skin saver if he can find it.
118.
And he may have to
Tony,
find
you
it,
require
because
135.
Candela's left himself on double 18 for the match if this doesn't go.
Treble 20 would lead the ball. Unable to find Cantelli, who is 3 from 6 on the outer ring, 50%. You'd fancy with 3 in hand
49.
to get himself to 8 points.
Marco, you require 36.
Double 18 for the Finn. What can you see of that? How helpful are those 2 misses on the wire? Not helpful
No
enough.
score.
And so 3 match darts have
Tony, you
come
require
and gone for
86.
Candela, and so Wood is still in this contest, but it may well be just a solitary dart at the bull to try and send us all the way to a decider. Single leaves the ball, triple leaves 7-7. He just clarifies with the referee, Jack Garwood, as to the placement of that first dart. It's now the bull to save it.
61.
Doesn't go, and so Candler has a chance to
Marco,
win
you
it.
require 36.
Another chance. He's already missed 3 darts at this target. He will get another 3, another handful.
Game shot.
Squeezes
and the
it
match.
into the bottom
Marco
corner
Cantelli.
and keeps his hopes alive of getting through to Saturday night. He joins Simon Adams now in that joint qualifying position on 8 points. We'll see how that unfolds as the day goes on. But coming next, it's the men at the bottom of the table, Stu Wilson, Kev Dowling. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and we start our second cycle of fixtures now with Stu Wilson taking on Kevin Dowling, the two men propping up the table. Both only got one win apiece on their opening 6 fixtures, but it has to be said, Stu Wilson came out the traps flying today. He opened with a maximum, and he really pushed
First
Ryan
leg,
Finesse,
it's Stu to throw first.
had to bring
Game
out
on.
his very best to see Stu Wilson off in that game. So encouraging signs here for the supporters of Wilson, but it looks too much to do.
Yeah, well, he did improve, didn't he, yesterday, and started to produce his best starts, and he seems to have...
98.
He just wasn't settled in the early stages yesterday, whether it was the lack of preparation or maybe he just got a little bit edgy, but certainly improved over the course of the day, and as you
60.
said, came out firing today with a max. When he did get a go at a double, he hit it in 1 and an average of 87.16. And with all due respect, if he's anything in and around that
60.
kind of numbers, that may be too much for Kevin Dowling, who started his campaign with a 4-1 deficit as well, but only averaged 79.05.
Well, if you want more concerning signs for Kevin Dowling, that
100.
79 average was actually his best average in his last 4 matches. He's twice dropped into the 60s, and he's had a low 70 in there as well. He's really lost pace. He hit the ground running in his opening game, and he looked impressive, especially on the doubles.
Yeah, 4 out of 5, 80%, wasn't he?
And then his next game, he had 2 darts at double and hit both, and he just sort of
Lost his way.
It's almost as if he's trying to work out the mechanics of his throw. We mentioned this in the last game, and it feels
41.
exactly the same. It's like he's trying to force extension.
Yep. And that's for the practice room.
I just feel like the release point is the bit that's
85.
off at the moment for Kevin. And we've all been there. And it's a horrible place because you feel like you're doing everything the same, but it just feels so alien. And it's probably just millisecond out.
And the worst thing is, you can be in that practice room, as
40.
we both well
So
know,
you
and
require
you could hit him in off the
161.
lampshades, and then you go out there, and all of a sudden, it just doesn't work.
$85.
Manages to find a treble to leave very doable two-darter.
$140.
It was a two-darter he took
So
out in
you
his
require
opening game against Ryan
76.
Finesse. It was a nice little 72 combination, nice and clean.
Double 12. That'll
Shot
do.
on the first leg. Stu
18 dart
Wilson.
hold. That good on his finishing. He's doing double-double.
Second leg. It's Kev to throw first. Game on.
Again, he's
40.
you can almost see him trying to place them in. I think you're spot on, Matt. He's trying to work things out on the fly. It's quite possibly the worst place to be doing it.
140.
Especially when there's an instant result like the darts going in the board. Because what happens, you'll have a good throw and go, there it is. And then you'll try and replicate that. And then ultimately you have 6 more bad darts.
Yeah, because you're replicating something
60.
that's not normally natural. So you can't just find the 2 points, one on the backswing, one on the release. Points A and B.
The winner of this will still have a mathematical chance of
97.
qualifying through this group, but likelihood is there's going to need a lot of results to go their way. You'd rather have some hope than no hope.
60.
Why people do things like the lottery.
Yeah, mathematically, I've still got a chance of winning the EDC World Championships. The chances of it happening are a little remote.
41.
Yeah, the Euro Millions tonight, isn't it? I don't know whether to do it and
140.
double me bank balance.
$59. $59. Stu, you require 164.
Oh, in a good spot. Needs a treble.
58.
A lot of the players, when they
Kev,
miss
you
that
require 142.
initial treble 19 and find the single, will go bull and treble 20, won't they, to potentially leave a 2-dart finish. Another reason why we're seeing the ball used more than ever.
54. Stu, you require 106.
Needs the one treble for a dart, the double. I wouldn't have been surprised to have seen him stay on the treble 20 there.
Yeah, it looked
31.
a good guide, and
Kev,
with
you
Dowling
require
an 88,
88.
that may have been the best opportunity. 18 and ball.
$41.
Staring a
Stu,
hole
you
in that
require
bullseye, but he couldn't
75.
make a hole in it with the dart. Double 12 again for Stu Wilson.
Just confirming with our referee, Jack Garwood, that is in the 51.
This time it's double 12 and he's chose it.
63.
For that dart that
Kev, you require
landed on the
47.
wire. I expected him to find the target. Double 8, real rescue.
31.
That's when you know the timing's out,
Stu,
isn't it,
you
Matt? When
require
you're
12.
hitting a double 15, going for the big 15, there's a question in there.
The dragging of it low, isn't it there? low as you can go on a dartboard and still be
6.
successful. He's unable to find
Kev,
it.
you require
Kevin
16.
Dowling has another opportunity to hold on to his throw. Stu Wilson has had 24 darts in this leg. He hasn't been able to capitalise on the opportunity.
12.
The opportunity has yet to
Stu,
pass
you
him by.
require 6.
Another chance for Stu Wilson. Must be feeling Christmas Day's coming a little bit early.
Shot
He
on the
might be checking
second
his
leg,
advent
Stu
calendar to make
Wilson.
sure he's opened the right door.
17 days early.
I'm going to make an observation here.
Third leg, it's Stu to throw first.
This is purely because I've watched
Game
Kevin
on.
Dowling play darts for many of years. I'm going to ask your point on this as well, Mace, because you're like me, someone who studies throws and actions. I think these long points don't suit him one bit. Watch on this drawback, the angle of the point,
60.
virtually pointing up to the roof. The only thing that's going to do is drag the dart down on release. It's almost pointing up to the roof.
Yeah, I think the main reason for them... No, I was just going to see if he actually has a finger on the point. He doesn't.
100.
And the point you make is spot on. Not only about the angle of dart in the end of the backswing, but of course, it will be
80.
landing in the board at a slightly different time. It would be a millisecond earlier.
See there, the angle and where the grip is. It's going to come out the hand. It's going to nosedive.
Yeah, and that's probably why he gets so
95.
many low darts.
I don't know how long he's had this sort of extended point for, but it's something that is new since I've last seen Kevin Dowling play. And
Yeah, well, I recently
96.
played in one of the senior events when he was there, and I don't recall them being as long as they are. And because you're aware of that dip, playing lovely now, right on cue.
100.
but that's it. It's patchy. There's nice moments, but if you're going to be successful at the Super Series, it has to be consistent.
Yeah, you can't be guessing.
57.
And ultimately, the place you get found out when there's issues equipment-wise is when you're moving around the board. When you're throwing into that condensed treble 20 where you spend
140.
95% of the match, when you move around the board, as we saw with that 15, popping in the double. Going to get to see him move around the board here, but it's going to be moving around the board with plenty of pressure because Stu Wilson has left himself
180.
on double
Kev, you require
14.
66.
16 for tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
Much
Kev
better there
Dowling.
from Kevin Dowling. A good, solid leg of darts. 15 darts. And he resisted that challenge there from Stu Wilson, who hit a
Fourth leg. It's
very
Kev to
well-timed
throw first.
180. Positive
Game
from
on.
Dowling.
Yeah, there's never a bad time for a max, but that was timed to perfection. And if you were going to flicker it would have been then. Perfect example of what you were saying.
19.
Moments just aren't enough here. You've got to be able to
Sustain.
mix it for potentially 7 legs. And we know Kevin Dowling can. We know he's the type of player who's
96.
more than capable of winning a Group C. He's been successful in getting through to Saturday night on 33% of his occasions down here at the Super Series.
1 in 3 is not a bad strike rate.
100.
Mentioning yesterday's best moments would have to have came in the UK Open, and
100.
what experience he's had in the UK Open. He's played John Part when he was the man to beat. He's played Phil Taylor on the iconic stage at Bolton, and then he played Stephen Bunting in Minehead,
26.
a game that was moved over to the main stage. Originally, it was meant to be on stage 2.
Yep.
And they moved it over. That was when Bunting was just come over to the PDC, and he was a very feared character. Dowling took him to a last leg
58.
decider.
Yeah, didn't Bunty win a pro tour on the opening weekend of his crossing over?
I think it was a UK Open qualifier, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
100.
same sort of thing, but actually more players because those UK Open qualifiers weren't capped at 128.
No, they weren't limited.
40.
They're toughies to win. Prior to that, of course, they were played across 4 different venues. Played down to the last 4 in
68.
each of the 4 venues, and then you'd return on the Sunday to play the last 16 down to a single winner.
97.
Will there become a point for Kev Dowling where he
81.
goes, okay, the group's
So you
gone, I
require
can stop worrying about that, and he
110.
plays free? Or does it just continue that you get in such a negative mindset and you can't break out of that pattern?
Well, double 18, we'll touch on that.
78.
Left double 16,
Can you
unless
require 107?
Kevin Dowling, who's had a 66 out, went under pressure. Well, that leaves 50. Tops again. Tops he
Game shot on the
gets.
4 flag, Kev Dowling.
Yeah, he is an analyzer, isn't he? We know that from over the years of reading his reports from
5th flag,
the
it's due
many,
to
many
go first.
tournaments he attends. They are a
Game on.
fascinating insight and great reading, but what it tells me is he very much analyzes his level of performance rather than the actual results.
140. $43.
He's a
60.
very proud county player and recently got a Man of the Match award for Warwickshire in the A. Average of 31-31, which is near enough a 94 average.
26.
It is pretty much 16 darts a leg.
$60.
Probably wonders why just a couple of weeks ago he was on that stage in that Warwickshire shirt, up and in a nearly 94 average, and then he's come
100.
here to the Super Series and he's struggling in the 70s. And
Maybe he should have brought his county shirt.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did. He's very, very passionate about Warwickshire and darts in Coventry.
Yeah.
100.
Played against him and with him many times in those big open events in and around that part of the Midlands.
I was having a look through the Warwickshire Darts
55.
database, which is a
Do
fascinating
you
read, by
require
the way, if anyone's
141?
It's brilliant, isn't it?
got a spare bit of time. All the history books of the county.
Yeah, and the amount of caps players have got and the players over the years, people like Trina Gulliver, as, for example, has
78.
played many, many times, and her record in the A is remarkable.
Only ever lost 38
81.
games for Warwickshire over
Do you require
258
63?
matches.
$31.
Of those 258 matches, she got the match award 171 times.
She hasn't got all of those in frames up on a wall, unless she's got a massive house. Kevin Dowling, yeah, I remember looking at this.
135.
180 times for Warwickshire. What a perfect number.
Game shot on the 5th flag, Stu Wilson.
It's back till 1992, Kevin Dowling's first appearance.
Yeah, some great names, some great friends of mine on there. Tommy Aldridge,
6th flag, it's Kev to
Nick
throw
Gedney, I'm
first.
sure players you
Game
remember
on.
very well. Jamie Hughes, of course. Steve Beaton. And Nanette Beaton played many times as well. Steve's wife for Warwickshire.
We take a look at the
100.
all-time top 20 of Warwickshire in terms of averages. Again, you see the who's who, really. Andy Smith, the pie man.
Pie man.
Jamie Hughes, Ted Everts, Nigel Hayden, Steve Beaton, Matt Edgar.
Oh, yeah, Tommy
81.
Ryan.
Then we get
Our
to
old
Kevin
pal.
Dowling in 8th position, which over that many fixtures, that's impressive to be running at, in old money, 27.28 average, which is
84. 81.
39.
When did you play your first county game for Warwickshire? Can you remember what year?
I will the second I look at the database. Why it's so good.
60.
2010/11.
Yeah, you were amongst some great names around that era.
80.
Don't like to blow my own trumpet for too long, but also had one of the best win rates of the county time. 133, lost 6.
Yeah, that's a fabulous strike rate.
100.
With 14 match awards. The database is great. You can really delve into it, and
60.
there's
Yeah,
so
I wish-
much you can find.
I wish London had something similar, but never quite happened. I think there was a plan to do it, but the Warwickshire one is fascinating to use, as you say, just to look back over time and
140.
enjoy some fabulous memories.
Well, I've probably got time to give you one more moment, and that is the best average ever hit by a Warwickshire player in county was Arnie Bunn.
Yep.
37.58 per dart.
94.
Yeah, if you have
Do
a
you
click
require
on there, you can
120?
see which. Because that was a good while ago.
$80. Kev, you require 128. $92. Stu, you require 40.
Oh, to wrap things up. 3 in hand at tops.
Game shot and
Gets
the
the
match.
double 10.
Stu Wilson.
Takes the spoils, and Stewie Wilson rights the wrongs from match number 1 today. Picks up his first win of the day and his second win of his Group C campaign. Averages 78, 91, 73, 29. Coming up next, Simon Adams back in action against Marco Cantella. Good afternoon. Welcome back to match number 5 of 15 we're bringing today in this Group C. But don't forget, it is double session day here at the MODUS Super Series, the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Up next, well, this is the battle for P2 and the final qualifying place for tomorrow night's final as Simon Adams takes on Marco Cantilla. Delighted to be joined back in the commentary box with Henry.
First
What
leg.
say
It's
you
Simon
on this
to
one,
throw
Henry?
First. Game
Well, you
on.
look at the way that the pair played in the first game, you would just about give Simon Adams the edge. 4-1 winnings, Kev Dowling averaged 86.02, 50% on the doubles. It's a much improved performance from Simon compared to what we saw from him yesterday. And I just wonder, final day of action, he can leave possibly everything out in the tank and
123.
go again.
Yeah, interesting take. They met in match number 11 yesterday. Simon Adams against the throw was a 4-2 winner. Has the darts today. He was priced up at 11-8 yesterday and won. He's priced up at 5-4 today, but has the darts. Marco still the fancied player of the two at 4-7.
Do you think pedigree?
Answers on a postcard.
We do sometimes see it with the bookies as Simon Adams hits max in the first leg of this match. Sometimes to play safe, they will go with the player they know they've got more of a sample size of. There's a bit more pedigree of. So it's down to you at home as to whether you fancy
140.
Simon to continue with some of the flair that he's put on this week. 18 plus, begamblerware.org if you're having a flutter on the Super Series today.
I'm with you. I think Simon has come here today and thought, right, this is my last knock-ins. I'm going to give it absolutely everything today and leave nothing in the tank.
First to finish on throw, and he's going to get 6 to complete the first leg. 138.
99.
That's what he's looking at to complete leg
Simon,
1.
you require 138.
Doesn't go now. There's a bit of a story revolving around Simon Adams' shirt today.
58.
It's the shirt that Devon Peterson Academy used at the recent JGC World Cup, which took place in Gibraltar.
$100.
So for 1-0,
Simon, you require
Adams looking at 80. Double 10.
First leg.
Clean and clinical.
on
A
the first
14
leg,
darter
Simon Adams.
for Simon Adams to move himself 1-0 in front.
Second
The
leg. It's
touching
Marco
hand
to throw
celebration, and if he wins this, he
Game
might be
on.
reaching out a little bit closer towards tomorrow night's final.
First. 81.
He's finding something here.
100.
He is finding something here. 14 darter in the first leg. He kicks off leg 2 of a max, his second of the game so far. This is a major improvement of performance in comparison to day 1.
60.
There were certainly signs, wasn't there, in his opening match of the day, well, which was the first match. He had
100.
an 86 average, 180, 50% on the doubles, and a 4-1 win over Kevin Dowling. This is a massive leap in levels.
140.
140 for Marco, but he's had the darts taken off him in leg 2. Adams 6 darts on 2-2-1.
45. 72.
Oh, he'll be thinking 140 or 136. Leave a double. Well, that's not a bad placement for him. Another one in there would be spot on. Oh, he's just flicked
85.
it.
Marco, you require 148.
Level up, 148.
Adams will be back at 91. Now, does he play the percentage shot on the 91 and go for the ball?
59.
Does he go aggressive
Simon, you
and
require
confident?
91.
Big test to see where Simon Adams' head is at. Well, straight at it for tops. This could be for back-to-back 14 darters to start
Big
this
shot on
match.
the
It is
second leg,
back-to-back
Simon
14
Adams.
darters for Simon Adams. 2-0 he leads. Gets the break.
Yeah, and a 180 in each of the legs.
Third
2
leg,
from
it's
2 on the
Simon to throw
doubles. This
first.
is stunning. 107.36,
Game on.
which is what he produced on Monday.
Well, Marco Cantella is averaging just a shade under 90, and he hasn't had a poke at anything so far. If you're Ricky Evans right now, you're looking at this performance from Simon
41.
Adams. You're looking at what he's done so far today, and quaking his boots may be a stretch too far, but you're certainly worried about the proposition in front of you.
Yeah, and he's got. Listen, Ricky's been a pro now for many years. He's
85.
seen every tempo and style and every type of player going. He'll treat Simon Adams with plenty of respect, and he's going to have to, because the very best
82.
version of Simon Adams turns up. Evans will have a game on his hands, but what Ricky's like with the big scoring, and I think he will nullify him very early in that game if he allows Simon Adams to get, or he
123.
allows himself to get embroiled in a bit of a battle. That's when it may become a problem for Ricky, but really expect that. Listen, if it was a player making his debut, then you'd have some fears.
And also, this is a Ricky
60.
Evans that dealt with the challenge of Fallon Sherrick on that stage last year.
Only just.
Well, Cantler just about wrestled the darts back here in the third, having been broken in leg 2.
But you're right, he dealt with
100.
huge pressure on that occasion. Huge pressure because Fallon on that TV stage is a proper player. Sometimes have a slightly short memory and
100.
forget what she did in the Grand Slam a couple of years ago, where she ran a very good version of Peter Wright close. 16-13 in the quarter-final of the Grand Slam.
55. $54.
Hello and a very warm welcome
Marco,
to the
you
MODUS
require
Super Series here on
138.
Sporty Stuff TV. It's Group C day, and we're watching Simon Adams in action against Marco Cantler. Cantler on 138 to bring it back to 2-1 and to get a break back 2-0 down the finish to the South African, and he's looking at double 12 for a 138. And that really would have been to have
126.
kick-started the game. Adams here
Simon,
looking
you
for
require
164 to make it 3-0. Henry Deacon in the commentary box alongside Chris Mason watching this afternoon's action.
Yep, good afternoon, Henry. Good afternoon, everybody. You've joined us at a wonderful time in this match. Simon Adams with back-to-back 14 darters to lead 2-0. Looked like he was about to take real control of the match, and P2 in the table.
130.
More on that in
Marco, you require 12.
leg number 4.
2 6s for Cantella, now down for double 3. He's already found this target so far
Game
today,
shot
and he
on the
finds it
third
again
leg,
there.
Marco
He gets the break back.
Cantella.
We return to throw. It is Simon Adams 2, Marco Cantella 1.
Yeah, for those of you joining us on Sporty
Fourth leg,
Stuff,
it's Marco
this
to throw
is day
first.
2 of
Game on.
Group C. Day 1 yesterday belonged to Ryan Furness, who went through the card 5 from 5. Well, so far today, Simon Adams in action here, got the better of Kevin Dowling 4-1. Then Furness with a blistering display took care of Stu Wilson 4-1.
59.
Cantler then beat Tony Wood 4-2. And then last time out, we saw Stu Wilson defeat Kevin Dowling 4 legs to 2. So as it stands on the table,
85.
Ryan Finesse on 12 points. Simon Adams, if he wins this match, moves on to 10 points. That is the live table. And, well, taking it as if Simon Adams is going to win. And Cantler, as you can see, in third position.
95.
Only the top 2 from this Group C join Ben Robb, who was successful in winning Group A on leg difference against Steve West. And we'll see Steve West tonight, of course, as it is double session day on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 o'clock. We'll have the conclusion
100.
of a very exciting looking Group B.
Yeah, that was some night last night. Steve West won 1 game yesterday, averaged 107, but Mike Warburton was absolutely superb.
Yeah, he did what Ryan Finesse did yesterday in
100.
Group C. Warby going through the card 4 from 4 and producing at 3-all a 10-dart leg to win the match. He was in fine form. You had a word with him, didn't you, at the end of the campaign last night? And he was cool, calm, collected, and had plenty of ambition.
Yeah, it was very philosophical, wasn't he? And we were talking last night about how he's possibly at a crossroads in his career. We've seen what he's done. He's made semi-finals of World Masters. We've seen him at the Lakeside. We've seen him here win a week. But where's the next step for Mike Warburton? He is insistent he wants to get on the main PDC tour. And he wants to do it this year if he possibly can. Adams
11.
here has made a right old mess on 227. And it means Cantler now has got 6 darts on 187. Remember, the Finn was 2-0 down in this match to Simon Adams. And he may well peg it back to 2-2.
Prior to this visit, that was looking the most likely.
$45.
He'd love a third match here, Simon Adams. Hit 1 in each of the opening 2 legs with those 14 darters. Cheer with a left double 18. Now it's all about just finding 1 treble. Gets it.
100. Marco, you require 142.
142 for Cantler to square this match up at 2 apiece. Scared the 138 in the previous leg. But he's not going to do the same with the 142. And so Simon Adams with a mid-range finish here on 116 to break the Cantler throw again and to move in a leg of the match.
56. Simon, you require
There's
116.
options here. I don't expect him to start on 19s. Oh, all 19s. Oh dear. Now he wished he'd start on the 60.
Decisions.
76.
Ultimately,
Marco,
ends
you
up leaving
require
tops,
86.
but Cantler should at least get a dart at the ball. He'll be going at treble 18 for double 16. Well, 42 for tops.
And it's tops that
19.
Adams wants for the break.
Simon,
For
you
3-1,
require
it'll put him on the
40.
hill and he'll throw for the match. Would he be putting his hands in the air?
No score.
Not this time.
Marco,
Yeah,
you
what
require
a real
67.
missed opportunity that is for 3-1. Hard to see a way back from 3-1 for Marco, but at 2-2, right in the mix.
$53 left. Should be 13 tots from here. Just about scraped in. Tots of Cantella for 2-2.
Game shot on
Level
the
we
fourth
are.
leg.
Last
Marco
time, Marco
Cantele.
Cantler squares this game up. 2-2.
Yeah, that's one that's got away there for Simon
Fifth
Adams.
leg, it's Simon to throw first.
21 darts
Game
he
on.
had in that leg. 3 of them at tops.
60.
Who do you think this is the bigger game for to win? Cantler because of the legs difference?
No, Adams for me, just to try and consolidate that P2
77.
and qualification position. We have seen him fade towards the back end of session, so he'll be aware of that. And that may leave him vulnerable. So a win here, I think, in his qualifying campaign
95.
is imperative. Look at the run-in. Paul Simon, last game against vastly improved Stuart Wilson. That's the final game. The one before that, he faces Ryan Finesse, who
39.
looks to be in a good place today. And he has Tony Wood to play. His third match of the day. Does have a bit of a break after this one. Then they're compressed towards the back end. He plays twice in the final 4 matches. If you're slightly fatigued, just not going to get that recovery time.
95. $78.
Well, door open just ajar here for Cantella if he can find a couple of trebles here.
$95.
Finds a treble, but 6 starts here from Simon Adams.
You just want to try and leave this handy. Could go treble 16.
140.
Oh, why do you need to switch when you can do that?
Leaving the Mensa, double 14.
Sensible thinking here. 5 of them, of course, is 95. Ultimately, you want
95.
the 9 count
Simon, you
to leave
require
double 12.
28.
Adams can do this. He hit back-to-back 14s to kickstart this match and then just went a little bit missing. This to move himself back in front at 3-2, but he has squandered the opportunity. And so Cantler, thanks to his quick, good thinking, has left himself on a square ton.
100.
Tops. Well, that was the thinking. He has been good at the top of the board this
60.
week.
Simon, you require 28.
We'll return for that if Adams makes a mess of this 28 again. Now 2 from 7 on the doubles.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
But Adams
Simon
is back
Adams.
in front 3-2 and he may well have the game in the palm of his hands.
6th
A
leg.
win for
It's
Simon
Marco
would
to
move
throw
him on to
first.
10 points, but also the
Game
length
on.
difference gap between the pair would be a very minimum 9. And we don't know how crucial that may well be at the end of proceedings. He also has a big advantage as far as legs 1 is concerned. He wins no matter what. He'd be 3 legs in front of Cantler on that particular count
60.
back. And so it forced Cantler into having to do some big things towards the end of the session. Cantler's next match is against Stu Wilson, while Simon Adams is next in action against Tony Woods.
100.
Cantler needs to hold and he needs to break to win this match.
$85. $125.
A little bit of a pull with the second one, but recovers well with the third, Simon, and has stolen the darts, really, after 2 rounds of throw in this leg.
So close now, of course. The World Championships gets underway a week today.
72.
How quickly that's come round. The biggest darty party in world darts.
Ready for 16 days in the Big
Well,
Brother house?
Apart from the Live Lounge Live at
80.
Prince of Wales on Monday, of course.
Lively for different reasons.
Will be lively. Yeah, I'm down there from the 15th till January the 3rd. Covering all the action. Talk sport, of course.
108.
Worst ways of spending your holidays.
Well, been a busy year. Would have relished the opportunity for some Crimbo time at home with
81. Marco, you
the
require
family, but
104.
there you go. Can't have a Bentley on BMW money, pal.
Treble 20 leaves double 12 to send us all the way. Oh, that's just spat out the first dart.
Yeah, wasn't in the treble.
80.
Finds it in the end.
Simon, you require 115.
Smashing the board to bits. You see all the bits of the board on the floor. Oh, looks like this one
99.
going to a seventh
Marco,
and
you
deciding
require
leg where
24.
Adams will have the honour, of course.
Double 12 for Cantler. 2 from 4 on the doubles in this match. Now double 6. Double 3. This has saved his skin on a couple of occasions today. But it won't do
18.
so on this occasion. And so
you
Simon
require
Adams
16.
comes back for double 8 to complete a 4-2 victory.
Well, we thought the 5 to 4 represented value. Well, at least you're getting value for your money here. He has 3 darts at double 8. Double 4.
Game shot and the
he
match.
completes the
Simon
job.
Adams.
Simon Adams gets the better of Marco Cantella. 4 legs to 2. Averages 83.77, 79.73 for Marco. It is Simon who moves on to 10 points on the table. When we come back, it is Ryan Furness back in action against Tony Wood, looking for his first win of the day.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Simon Adams put a vice-like grip on second place, getting the better of Marco Cantella by 4 legs to 2, moves him on to 10 points, plus 9 in the legs difference category. And we are now seeing the man firmly at the top of the table, Ryan Finesse, in action. He's taken on Tony Wood, and alongside myself in the commentary box to describe all the action, it's hello once again to Matthew Edgar.
This will be much job done, really, for Ryan Finesse here. A victory over Tony Wood would put him 6 points clear
70
of Marco Cantele, who is in 3rd position.
It would effectively put him there. As things stand, Ryan Finesse is on 12 points. He wins this one, he moves on to 14 after 7 rounds of matches. There'd then be only 6 points left to play for, and that would mean the maximum allocation that Marco would be able to get to is 14, but the legs difference. If Ryan Finesse wins even by the meagre margin of 4 legs to 3, he'd be on plus 18 in terms of legs difference. Marco Cantella, the maximum 96. He'd be able to get to if he won all of his games 4-0, would be plus 10. And so Finesse would have to, well, effectively, he'd have to have a capitulation if he won this game to not qualify.
100.
He'd effectively be there without it all being tied on. A big win here, because of that legs difference metric, would make it too big a task for the
59
Finn to catch Finesse. Yet to lose a game, 6 wins from 6.
Doing it in
60.
Good style as well. Plus 17 in the leg column, which your second deciding factor.
58.
And it should be said, in the history of Group C, only one player has gone through the entirety of the group without defeat. And that was Richard North back in Series 2, Week 12. Not that he's told us about it.
60. Ryan, you require 130.
Ryan Finesse not hitting the ground running like he did in that opening fixture. And average
38.
broke the 110 barrier.
Tony, you require
He's taking on
111.
Stu Wilson, a cheeky dart at the bull as well, wasn't he, in leg number 3?
111 for Tony. Aye, aye, aye.
71.
No.
Ryan, you require 92.
92 for Finesse for 1-0 lead. Double 18. Double 18.
First leg.
Oh, that's
Ryan
beautiful.
Finesse.
Double, toil and trouble. Finesse tripping in some brilliance. A double finish. He leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Beautiful little finish there for Finesse to lead 1-0.
41.
And even when he's not playing at his best, he's still managing to find something, isn't he, in the locker?
He's just proving
81.
he's a class above this group. That's all he's doing here, and he's showing when he plays his best, he wins, and when he doesn't play his best, he's still winning. The group are chasing that second place. It's
100
defeat here for Tony Wood would put him on a near impossible task. It would be the mission impossible. He could only reach 10 points. Simon Adams
23.
already on 10 points. It would take some turnaround and some crazy results to happen. But we've seen things happen like that before. Remember Paul Nicholson at the World Championship when he needed about 72 results to go against him to lose his tour card, and 73 of them happened.
100.
Yeah, he was commentating on that game, wasn't he, that lost him the tour card. Old Luke Humphreys, didn't it?
100.
As Finesse fires in the first max of the game. Gob giving it the big licks.
6th maximum for Ryan Finesse in this Group C campaign. Group C is
100.
absolutely dominated from start to finish.
He's been the boss man, hasn't he, of this group?
177.
Oh, 1A followed by 177. He's
Tony,
going
you
through the
require
gears now.
160.
And he's threatening the break after 12. Wood needs to take this 160 out. Another one of them. Not to be, and so tops after 12. Finesse looking to go 2 to the good.
100. Ryan, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg. Ryan
7
Finesse.
perfect darts there from Ryan Finesse. 180, 177, tops.
Third leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game
That
on.
was like Max Verstappen going through the parabolica with DRS.
60.
2-0 to the good, looking to make it 7 heaven in this group. However, I do want to mention something with Tony Wood's shirt, Matt. He's got a scorpion on the front of it,
24.
holding darts. The question is, how would a scorpion hold a dart and throw a dart?
I really wish you didn't ask me that
140.
question. Shall we move on?
Let's do so, because Tony Wood was threatening the max.
121. 60.
Well, Finesse has the 100-point difference on the scoreboard. But he did throw first, so Tony Wood's still in this leg, despite what the scoreboard may, on first inspections, look like.
60.
Finesse in control of this leg, but a dry visit here
60.
just opens up the door a little bit here for Tony Wood if he can find something makeable.
$100.
So 6 darts here from 181 for Finesse and a 3-0 lead. Dropped just 1 leg so far today.
105.
In matter of fact, he has played 26 legs of darts in this group and he's won 19 of them. He's only dropped 7
60.
legs so far in the whole
Ryan, you
group.
require 76.
But he's missed a big number there.
36. Tony, you require 136.
Probably shouldn't matter. But it could be significant.
Another one of those leaves him 88. Oh,
96.
hit there for Tony Wood.
Ryan,
It
you
means
require 40.
Ryan Finesse is 1 successful dart away. Being a leg away.
35.
And he did this in his last match. He raced into a 2-0
Tony,
lead.
you
He
require 40.
missed 7 darts on that occasion to get the 3-0. And some people just don't like front running.
Game shot on the third leg.
An
Tony
absolute
Wood.
replica. He loses that third leg. Invites Tony Wood back into the game. A breaker throw for Tony.
Fourth leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Well, Ryan can't seal it in this game, but he would effectively put himself there. If Cantor loses to Stu
80.
Wilson, that is it. It's game over. It's in terms of Ryan not being able to qualify, he would confirm his place through, although you get the sense that something fairly
99.
ridiculous has got to happen for him not to make it through.
Do know Kev Dowling is already out of the running to
100.
qualify, so we'll one by one tick them off. We'll be losing players throughout the campaign until we are left with just 2 men left standing.
100.
It was 6. There are now 5.
Whittling them down one by one. Don't forget, back tonight from 10
60.
for the thrilling conclusion to Group B. Mike Warburton, he leads the way. He won every single match last night. Finesse yet to be beaten, and looks like he's stolen the darts here in leg 4 to move himself 3-1 to the good against Tony Wood, and it would mean he'd be a leg away on picking up a win that put him on the cusp.
121. $78.
Always nice when
Tony
you've chased it
require
around the board and you find
140.
that treble with the last dart in hand. Leave yourself on a 2-darter. But again, Tony Wood comes to the board with a big ask. Again, finds that first dart.
100. Ryan, you require 98.
Yeah, wild one, but recovers well with the second dart. So he's double 18. He hit it twice
Tony, you
earlier on in the
require
match, but he
40.
can't find it with the one dart there. And so Wood tops a 2-2. Double 10 for Desmond.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
2
leg.
apiece it is.
Tony Wood.
And Finesse has had opportunities. He could be off this stage as a 4-0 victor.
Fifth
But he's been
leg.
reeled
It's Ryan
back
to throw
in.
first.
And
Game
we're
on.
back into 2-2.
$60.
Wow. Ryan Finesse. Looking like he was making easy work of things. Now,
41.
backing himself into a bit of a corner here in this one. Tony Wood's got it level. Finesse, who at one point went 7 perfect darts in this match. Struggling
81.
to find a red.
Is this following a similar pattern to the last game between Simon Adams and Marco Cantler, where Simon came herring out of the traps, back-to-back 14 darters to move himself 2-0 in front. But then he had a lull in the midway part of the game. It allowed Cantler to get into it.
81.
However, Simon was able to then find those finishing flourishes to get himself over the line. And that's what Finesse is hoping happens here. He has the throw in this fifth leg,
60.
but he's not really doing much to take advantage of that fact.
Oh, he's stumbling and stuttering towards the finishing line, and if anything, the line's getting further away. Probably getting that horrible feeling like when you're driving your car on live maps and
78.
you drive 20 miles and then you look at it and it's actually got further away in terms of time.
To be honest, Matt, when I drive, it's further away in terms of time anyway.
100.
Max a Finesse, and he may well have just seen that route get a little bit more easier. The red lines have been taken away.
$85. Ryan,
But
you require
sometimes being the
120.
patient driver just gets you the same results. He's not going to drive to the top of the mountain in this
45.
particular visit, and that slip with the last dart means it's 75.
That makes it really tricky here, to be fair to Ryan Finesse. Because instead of coming back and having a single for a double, he needs a treble for a
60.
double, which might
Ryan,
cost
you
him a
require
dart.
75.
Well, it won't even be the one. The mess continues for Ryan
35.
Finesse.
Tony, you require 156.
I'll tell you what, this would be capital punishment of a capital C if Wood takes this 156 out. But he's not going to. And so Finesse comes back for 3-2, and he is going to get 3 at top. So he just needs to compose himself a little bit.
80.
It's been a little bit wild
Ryan,
the
you
last couple of
require
minutes
40.
or so.
The finishing line coming into sight here for Ryan Finesse, and
20. Tony,
He's starting to see Saturday night rather than Tony Wood. Tony Wood been pinching these sort of opportunities all week. The man nicknamed the Pincher.
Game shot on the
Pinchers
fifth
the leg.
Tony Wood.
Complete turnaround here from Tony Wood. And Ryan Finesse is now staring down the barrel of his first defeat of this
Sixth
group.
leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
And is there signs of unsettlement as well at the back of the hockey from Ryan?
It'll be concerning when you've been playing so well and then you start missing as much as he is and missing the
60.
opportunities that he's missing. Yes, there'll be a massive concern.
60.
And the trebles, which he was picking off like cherries from a tree at the beginning of the match, are just beginning to desert him now. And suddenly, Tony Wood's the man building ahead of steam.
121.
Finesse needs to find a 140 here, minimum. Has to find a treble here.
60.
Doesn't find a treble here. And now Tony Wood has the game in the palm of his hands. It is full sight, full steam ahead to try and pick up the first 2 points anybody has accrued against the man from Salisbury.
140.
Well, he's fighting. Got ambitions and goals to go pick up that PDC tour card in January. And he's going to pick one of those up. He's going to be in situations like this where he needs to dig deep.
And as you mentioned yesterday, or as you mentioned earlier on, he'd only dropped 7 legs
81.
before Tony Wood won his first in this match, and Woods left himself on 89 there. Sorry, 99 there, incidentally. So he hasn't really been pushed. He hasn't really been taken to the brink so far.
134.
But this is a great
Tony, you
reaction.
require 99.
But Wood here has the opportunity to win the match. 99 points away. Tops or treble 20 double 10? Tops. Tops
shot
to
and the
put a
match,
flake in
Tony
it
Wood.
and to become the first player to better Ryan Finesse in this group. A bit of finesse to beat finesse. Woods a 4-2 victor. That the tail of the tape. We're off for a break. Cantella against Wilson follows this.
And we're back for
First
some
leg,
more
it's
Super
Marcos to
Series
throw first.
action. And we
Game
know we've
on.
already lost Kevin Dowling from the lineup. He will fulfill his obligation of fixtures. 3 more fixtures to go for him today. But if Stu Wilson is to lose this match here to Marco Cantlay,
140.
Stu Wilson will be eliminated, and then 6 will become 4. That last result, Ryan Finesse going down 4-2 to Tony Wood, despite being 2-0 ahead.
60.
Missing plenty of opportunities. May have just opened this group a little bit more than we'd have thought it was 30 minutes ago.
Ryan
100.
Finesse paying the price for some key missed doubles there. Statistically, better player, that's for sure.
123.
Possibly. Big shock on the cards. The WDF World Championship as Nielsen has completed the job,
140.
beating the impressive Wesley Plaisier. 4 sets to 1, Matt. That's got to be regarded as a bit of a shock. Plaisier was outstanding last year on the Euro Tour, wasn't he?
Also the
81.
World Masters champion in that
Marco
code as well. So
121.
good result, but you can't underestimate a player like Nielsen who's been around the block. Exactly the same sort of ilk as someone like Marco Cantlay here, who's been in and around that Pro Tour
89.
for quite some time.
Stu's last score was 81.
Just sorting out the scoreboards here.
The bit of a technical error.
85.
Where all this
Marco, you
technology
require
has a
32.
mind of its own. It certainly does when I'm using it. Well,
You don't get that with a pen and paper, do you?
not environmentally friendly anymore, that. Save the planet.
Game shot on the first
1-0.
leg. Marco Cantlay.
Very comfortably. Beautiful leg from Marco. Slight issue with the electronic system there, Matt, whilst we get a moment to maybe reflect on what we've seen so far today. That was a bit of a shock for Ness losing last time out.
It's what it now does for the table, because when we take a look at the league table, we sort of thought Finesse was going to pull away and that was only going to be sort of a one-player race. Now, all of a sudden, we've potentially got 2 places become available. Cantlay, when he lost to Simon Adams, I thought that was going to be his day done, but he's now got an opportunity here. It's opened back up again, and I think we've got an interesting finale.
Yeah, well, enough on today. The lineup for next week was announced. I do believe we can have an opportunity to take a look at that. It's quite an intriguing lineup for next week, and some new players, which is always exciting for us. Group A, especially tasty.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've got established, proven players in there like Andreas Harrison and John Henderson, but then Bradley Rose, he's someone who's really starting to sort of develop and blossom.
Yeah, he's one of those that's on the ascendancy, and he's continuing to make improvements. That was a 15-dart hold
140.
from Marco, and I'm not sure how aware of the precarious position Stu Wilson is in, but at the moment, very much looks like a a 3-horse race that's
123.
got to go into 2.
I mean, if you're Stu Wilson in this position, you probably already think you're out.
99.
Certainly not going to think that you've still got hope. You know mathematically there's a chance, but still needs a lot of results to go the way, and then it's about legs and
100.
whenever there's a chance, keep swinging.
Absolutely. Till they tell you to put them down, keep throwing them. Seen it happen before, some
23.
all the possible permutations, and ultimately they rarely play out as we predict.
$94.
Well, you'd have thought when Cantelli did lose that last game to Simon Adams, that might have been his opportunity gone, but all of a sudden he's right back in the mix. Take a look at the live in-play table. If he was to seal this victory, would be level on points, and it would all be down to the legs in terms of that qualifying position. There are 2 spots available in Saturday night.
180.
This one's just warmed up very quickly.
Stu, you require 59. $39. Marco,
This
you require 4.
Will Smart. Marco can find the 2s. Back up. The 15 dart hold. 15 dart break of throw. The Max created this chance,
Game
and he
shot on
gets
the
it.
second leg. Marco
Good composure.
Cantelli.
Took a moment to reset before launching dart number 3 into
Third
the
leg,
required
it's Marco
double.
to throw
2-0.
first. Game on.
Composure, I think, is a great word there, because it'd been so easy to have lost composure after losing to Simon Adams and feeling like it was in your hands, and now it's not. He's coming out swinging, and this is going up towards the performance of the week so far from
140.
Cantelli. He did have that amazing performance on Monday, the last fixture of the day. He had the 104.14. He's on his way to that sort of numbers again here.
100.
Special performance from Marco. You rightly said, and there are the numbers. 103.82. Stu Wilson ticking along very nicely on 93, but it's
100.
nowhere near good enough.
But again, with Marco, I'm sensing more pace. When he goes slow and deliberate and he tries sucking the pace out of the game, it seems to be detriment to his own performance.
100.
You know, sometimes it's hard to just get up there and throw with them, but it seems to be working a lot better for Marco when he just throws that little bit more fluency.
55. $96. $82.
Down to 124 after 12. Forcing Wilson to find at least one big trouble. No, mate, that one's not in.
60.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Marco, you require 124.
Trevor would leave tops.
44. Stu,
He
you
was
require
unlucky in his last
145.
visit here, Stu Wilson, but he's now got another opportunity to try and leave it quite handy. With Marco, with plenty of work still to do. He might go one better.
$82. Marco, you require 80.
Double 20, double 10, 20-20 tops. Steve West, it'd be tops. That's perfect, 'cause that's right out of the way.
Game shot on the third
Ends the
leg.
double.
Marco Cantelli.
50% on the double. 42.86%.
fourth leg.
The
It's Stu to
average
throw first.
93.94, which
Game
is
on.
16 darts a leg. So he is going into that 6th visit. It's more than enough at the moment.
108.
He'll probably be mightily frustrated that it didn't come in the previous game because he needs favours, he needs other results to go his way, and that's if he completes the result here against Stu Wilson. We've seen plenty of turnaround so far this week where
96.
players been 3-0, 3-1 up, and it's turned around.
Well, Tony Wood did him a little bit of a favour, didn't he? Getting the better of Furness.
100.
Wilson averaging 96.75. It's been a much better day from him today in terms of performance level.
133.
They're just not turning into results thus far.
60. 85. Stu, you require 161.
It is a must-win game for Stu Wilson if he wants any hope of qualifying. You have to go a long way around it.
The problem is, even if he
59.
did come back and win from here, his main issue, the leg difference between himself and Simon Adams is vast. Like you say, it's only a mathematical possibility.
41.
I personally believe this is
Stu, you
now out
require
of
102.
Furness Adams. And the man playing and 3-0 up here, Marco Cantella.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Stu Wilson.
Beautiful finish there from Stu Wilson to keep himself in and swinging. I still give a little bit of hope to Tony Wood if
Fifth leg. It's
he
Marco to throw
beats
first.
Simon Adams. Then he's
Game
still
on.
got a chance of getting into that position.
Yeah, he plays Simon, match number 9. This is currently match number 7. Then Tony plays Stu Wilson. And
100.
Tony has Kevin Dowling to play, who, well, he's just been out of sorts the last couple of days, hasn't he? It can happen
59.
to all of us.
$140.
Beautiful darts here from Marco with the throw, just hammering home that advantage. Also needs a treble.
96.
Finds it with the last dart. Keeps him interested in the leg. Still 9 darts away though from potentially finishing a 180. Wouldn't set him up.
26.
But an opportunity. The door ajar. Marco Cantella only the 26 and Stu Wilson stepping in.
140.
Are we seeing it all unravel once
45.
again? It looked like the work was done after the first 6.
$36.
Beautiful second dart from Cantella.
95.
Literally
Stu, you
halves his
require
score.
170.
This biggest finish of the week. Biggest finish of any week is the biggest finish you can get on a dartboard.
100. Marco, you require 95.
You had one of them once, don't you? Not that you mention it very often. Double 8.
79.
The
Stu, you
match,
require
the double
70.
8. Stu Wilson, this is a must-get. Campaign is over. Here, 16 ball. That's been pretty good on the ball.
37.
Not this time.
Marco,
Long
you
way off
require
there, and now
16.
3 match starts for Marco Cantelé to put himself in a joint qualifying position with Simon Adams. Both players on 10. If he can hit the double 8, make that double 4, make that double 2.
12.
He just can't cross
Stu,
the
you
line.
require 33.
For 16 for the save. Should be a good guide.
1. Marco, you require 4.
To finally cross the line. Dart in hand.
No score.
And another
Stu, you
handful
require
of darts
32.
missed from Marco Cantelé.
I was already right in the 4 in Marco's box.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Stu Wilson.
We need to get some
6th leg.
Tipex.
It's Stu to throw first. Game on.
Get them Tipex pens now, can't you?
We need to
Not like
find
the
one.
old days with the little brush.
140. $141.
Okay, gets the one off the end.
And a good response as well after missing all those match starts as well. It must be so easy just to implode in that situation, but he's come back hitting again. But he's offered so much encouragement here to Stu Wilson,
100.
who, as a former Challenge Tour champion, you do not want to give him too much encouragement.
Oh, he can relax. He'll feel like, well, I'm free rolling here. I should be back in the practice room. He can throw with a bit of freedom.
140.
There is that bit, isn't there, when you look like you're going to get a bit of a drumming like it looked at one point. Then you think, well, just make it look respectable. Get a leg, okay, that's good. Oh, got 2 legs, it looks
39.
more respect. And then before you realise, you're actually back in the game.
And then the pressure only takes hold when you're in that last leg. Is, as you said, fabulous
68.
response. Could have dropped his head slightly. He's come out firing.
$98. Marco, you require 152.
Couple of trebles. The dart, the double 16. You feel like the best thing in Marco's situation after you've just missed all those handfuls, it's going to be a combination finish that sees him
100.
over the line. So
Stu, you
a
require
perfect setup there for what
124.
I'd expect be Marco's best chance of getting over the line here. But first of all, he needs to hope that Stu Wilson can't take the 1-2-4. It's a dart at the ball.
76.
Again, low and right.
Marco, you require 52.
Feel like this, the more likely shot when you've been missing all those doubles, and then you can just have the setup play with the opening dart. That's awkward.
32.
Another 2 to the tally.
Stu, you require 48.
Chance for a level game. Choice is double 16, and that's why.
Stu Wilson.
Oh, Stu Wilson dodges another couple of bullets. And Marco
Seventh
him
and
away. He's
final
had him on the
leg. It's
ropes.
Marco to throw first. Game on.
Had him wobbling. This was a
41.
boxing match. The referee would have given him a standing 8 at one point.
Well, at 3-0 down, he might have stopped the fight.
60.
No influential promoters here, pal.
I get the feeling, though, this is going to be a bit nervy stations for both. Wilson, who's ended up in a position where he could win that he didn't expect, and Cantlay, who feels he's got something that he's giving away.
100.
I used to try and program myself when playing set play that sets were best of 7. Try and
57.
avoid the anxiety involved with winning leg 3, leg 4, leg 5.
$63.
Big last start to save the situation there for Stu Wilson, and he's about to let Cantlay back into his own leg here, who's yet to find a treble. He finds it on the 10th dart.
Finds another trouble, but the wrong one. Oh, that's a super dart.
123. $94.
Again, last start in hand for Stu Wilson. When Cantlay will again be thinking he's been let back into this one. He's finding more success down on the 19s, though. He's filling this up.
133. $80. Marco, you require 106.
Been really to split them. The deciding factor could literally be the player throwing first, and that is Marco Cantlay.
Yeah, after 5 visits apiece, they're separated by just 2 points and that throw. 49 left. Single 9. Ooh, only just. How many times do we see that? And the double flying.
86.
Not this time.
Stu, you require 104.
He's missing chances, and eventually that time and those chances are going to run out. This could be the opportunity that Stu Wilson completes an incredible turnaround. He was 3-0 down in this fixture. He's 104 points. Make that 50 points. Make that 14 points.
90.
Away from completing the job.
Marco, you require 20.
Yeah, from completing a 3-0 deficit, a dart for a 4-3 win. So, that is a guide. Was more of a range finder than a marker. Somehow,
And the match.
Marco Cantella
Cantlay.
just about falls over the line after facing a match dart from Wilson, who trailed 3 legs to 0. 83-43, the average for Marco. Another decent average for Wilson, 85-74, and we have 3 180s in the contest. When we come back, Ryan Furness will be looking to get back to winning ways as he faces Kevin Dowling. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here
First
at
leg, it's
the
Kev to throw first.
Live Lounge in
Game
Portsmouth.
on.
Up next, Kevin Dowling faces table-topping Ryan Furness, and a win here for Ryan. Any win will confirm his place in Saturday night's final.
84.
Panic not. Still plenty of action to be had as P2 looks to be a battle between Simon Adams
100.
and Marco Cantella, who are both on 10 points, but separated by a long way in leg difference. Cantella -1, Simon Adams +9, and of course,
44.
up next, Simon Adams is back in action against Tony Wood. Marco
59.
will be facing Kevin Dowling. The big game,
45.
or the final two matches could be significant in terms of qualification. Marco will face Ryan. Simon will play
100.
Stu Wilson. Simon got the better of him yesterday, 4-2. Simon has 3 games left. I think as long as he wins 2 of those 3, he's going to be safe.
55.
You say so. It's a little bit like Formula One, isn't it? Where the battle for P2 feels a little bit more exciting than the race for P1.
You can use the
59.
word exciting in regards to F1, yeah, I suppose. Is almost as boring as when Phil Taylor was winning everything, really. Who's going to come second?
95.
Thought it was, wasn't it? Who's going to make the final and finish second? Bit like F1. At least the football's a bit more exciting. When it looked like that was going to be a start of the season, everybody expected Man City to walk it.
Just want to say, I did predict Villa to beat Man City last night, and there was 1 or 2 members of the production team who thought I was a little bit idiotic for suggesting that.
And how much of a financial investment did
Ryan,
you
you require 83.
have in that?
Just my self-pride. There's finesse. Looks at
What are you
60.
spending that self-pride on at Christmas?
76.
What were the odds on that?
No. 75. Kevin, you require 40.
Yeah, and have you been on a whiskey diet and lost a day or something? 2 days ago.
To be fair, all the hours have rolled into one this week. 5s.
35. Ryan, you require 8.
Double 4 for finesse. For the break.
Game shot
For
on the
1-0.
first leg. Ryan
And
Furness.
finesse leads by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
I've actually had a message
on.
from one of our production team who's a Man City fan who said, yeah, thanks for reminding that happened 2 nights ago.
95.
I presume that's our new social media dude. He is from Manchester,
He is from that part of the world.
41.
Yep.
at least he's not like a United fan that are pretty much everywhere from except Manchester.
Yeah, he's from Manchester, so he doesn't see a lot of sunshine.
39. $100. $100.
That's it, just ticking the leg down. I was having a little chat with Kevin in the last game when you and Matt were in
Poor Kevin.
comms, and
He looks bald enough as it is, pal.
59.
what's this? Death by 1,000 cuts? Well, I was having a chat with Kevin,
59.
and basically he was saying that he was struggling a little bit with grip, so he's got a little bit more chalk and things like that. He's never had that problem before, he was saying. It's the first time he's ever really had this issue, so he's used a little bit more chalk and chalk grip, that sort of stuff on the dart, just to help him with the grip a bit more.
Yeah, that would make sense because he has
84.
he's had some wild ones. Could be down to technique. or grip. We only surmise, but
100.
interesting that he is feeling it is warm on that stage.
99. Ryan, you require 108.
108 for Tuna. He's had 2 ton toppers already today, Finesse. 103 and 123. Is he going to add the 108 to the mix on double 14?
Game shot
Yes,
on the
is your
second
answer.
leg.
2-0
Ryan
Finesse.
Yeah, normal service resumed. Yeah, we can actually. It looks like
Third leg.
Kevin
it's
is
Kev to throw
using
first. Game on.
some chalk on that table. A bit of a mess on the table there. That should be a bit more uniformed.
97.
Someone needs to get the Hoover out.
Yeah, Henry. And he's got a bit of resin there as well. Those bags are actually filled with almost like a tacky resin.
30.
Again, it just gives you an extra bit of grip. The problem is, when you feel like you're not quite getting the purchase on the barrel, you can over-grip the
100.
dart then. And then that causes all sorts of other issues where they're dragged low and left and right, which we have seen a fair bit from Kevin.
58.
Poor start to the leg here from Ryan. Have a couple of issues last time out, did Ryan?
50.
Losing unexpectedly 4-2 to Tony Wood, who, well, Ryan was an 8-15 favourite in that game.
140. 100.
He's himself on a finish. He's here looking to find a couple. Self to put himself on a finish. It would be a double breaker throw and a 3-0 lead. Remember, halfway towards the finishing post, any kind of win would see him
81.
through to tomorrow
Kev,
night's
you
final,
require
and it would mean that we'd have a
154.
fairly big crowd considering Ryan's locality to this venue, but Dowling 154.
Yeah, Ryan only up in Salisbury,
83.
too far away from here. Well, they're
100.
arranging a
Kev, you
minibus as we
require
speak.
71.
Pick up on the cathedral, the 12,000-foot spire.
Good knowledge. You go there on a school trip or something?
Game shot on the third leg. Kev Dowling.
By Azizis. 2-1. Kevin Dowling pins Tots for an 18 darter.
Fourth leg. It's Ryan to throw first.
Still a breaker throw behind
on.
is Kevin Dowling.
$38.
Ironically, went on a school trip to Swanage once.
Sounds thrilling.
100.
Did you catch the bus?
Put it this way.
134.
There's no way I was allowed at the back of the bus.
No.
Sat next to the head teacher.
Having your sandwiches with the crusts got off.
100.
Good old Mummy Henners.
140.
What are we going to do with you?
Well, Finesse just doing his best now, just to shut the door a little bit on Downing, because it could have been so easy for things just to unravel a little bit. But now
100.
looking to move himself 3-1 up. And remember, any win would
Check
see him
60.
into tomorrow night's final.
$60.
Oh, 129 points and a leg closer to confirming qualification for Ryan Finesse. Will be
40.
the first
Ryan, you require
player confirmed to
129.
join Group A, winning Ben Robb. Or Ben will be
64.
tuned in, just keeping an eye on these potential competitors and a feel for their tempo, style of play.
83. Ryan, you require
So
65.
65 for Ryan Finesse, a 3-1. 25 would have left Tots, but he's too accurate, he's too good. The bullseye leads him on 15, and so 7 for double 4. Inside,
61.
and so has Kevin got Ryan's
Kev,
number,
you require
118.
118.
To get the break back and to level this game up at 2-2.
Caught the flight on the way in. Did have the option for 48 ball.
44. Ryan, you require
Down
4.
to the Desmond double. Now he's got some barriers up, but he manages to find a
Shot on the
way.
4 flag, Ryan Finesse.
3-1, Ryan Finesse, and he's now a leg away from joining Ben Wobb into tomorrow night's final.
5th flag, it's Kev to throw first. Game on. $85.
Frustration written all over the face of Kevin Dowling at the moment.
66.
It must be one of the hardest feelings in darts when you're given absolutely everything, but no matter what you do, no matter how hard you try, it's just not happening.
Yeah, and the instant thing to do is to try even harder. Ultimately,
140.
is your downfall. Like
45.
the last leg of the match, it's always the hardest to win, just to get over the winning line.
$23.
Well, that look there, that expression probably summed it all up for Kevin Dowling.
$93.
Well, Dowling's hardly prowling, but Finesse is hardly making weather in this leg either. Advantage to the man from Warwickshire in this 5th leg.
60.
Just lost his way as well.
45.
Too keen to get it done.
$139.
Sets himself up for a single for double combination. Finesse looking to fill it up, but it's not going to do so on this occasion. But finds that second treble to
Kev, you
leave
require
himself on a
54.
finish.
I think it's too late. Stops for Dowling.
Game
Stops he
shot on the
gets.
5th flag, Kev Dowling.
Now Ryan has the chance to just regroup.
6th flag, it's
Himself
Ryan to
mentally
throw first.
prepared to just
Game
serve this
on.
one out, take the win. He will be fully aware it's job done. The way he's playing here tells me that
140.
he knows this is the match that takes him through to yet another Saturday night.
It's hammer time now for Finesse. This is the leg that he knows is the one that's going to get him through.
95.
And he has the darts. It's what every player hopes for when they kickstart their campaign, to have the opportunity to throw for a place in the final. Finesse,
60.
player who's made it through to Saturday night, but perhaps hasn't always done himself justice on a Saturday evening.
$60. $60.
Finesse will know that he's going to have to put some points on the average if he's going to be competitive tomorrow night. But you get the sense that he'll be the player that when he gets pushed a bit harder, the better he'll play.
140.
Won't have any choice, by the way. This is mapping out. Going to be a super competitive lineup tomorrow night.
95.
So Finesse, 146 points away from the match and a place in tomorrow night's final. The Salisbury thrower hoping for another Saturday night
81.
sling here at the Super Series.
Ryan, you require 146.
Well, this would be some way to do it. Not to be this time, and so Downing's going to get one more go at 125 to send us all the way to a deciding
57.
leg.
Kev,
Be
you
the second
require
match in succession, and then all the way
125.
after the Cantella-Wilson match.
Treble 20 for tops. And Finesse,
65.
you're looking at treble 19
Ryan, you
for double
require
16 at
89.
worst to get a match start at the ball. Oh dear, oh dear.
And he couldn't recover the situation either. And so Dowling
22.
has got an opportunity to send us all the
Kev,
way,
you
and he
require
couldn't even mop
60.
up with the third dart. Tops. To send us to leg
Shot on the
7.
sixth leg, Kev Dowling.
Here we go. Leg 7, and all the best moment.
7th and final
A
leg.
shake
It's
of the
Kev to
hand
throw
and a grip
first.
of the chalk as well for
Game
Kevin
on.
Dowling.
That'd be a shake of the head from Ryan Finesse. Yeah, that can absolutely control of the match. Led 3-1.
26.
And let's not escape the fact that if Dowling wins this last leg, Finesse would have lost each of his last 2 matches.
100.
Now is not the time to tail off. He'd still have a 2-point lead over Marco Cantella, and yes, he'd still have a big swing in the legs difference, but if he was to go through the ball night on the back of a few
100.
defeats, then that confidence, which is probably lacking anyway because of the performances this week, would be drained even more.
95. $100.
Back tons after a 26 start, and again struggling to find
54.
any kind of consistency on the big trebles.
Look at the bullseye 25
87.
there. Well, it was the right play, but the wrong execution for Dowling.
$100.
Big fine with the last dart. He himself on a finish. Dowling looking to set up as best as possible. And he just nudged one over the top.
100. Ryan, you require 152.
Pressure is firmly on. Not going to take out the 152. He's, oh dear, oh dear.
40.
It'll be a disaster for
Kev, you
Ryan
require
Finesse.
88.
Beginning to fall apart like a piece of cards here for Finesse. Dowling 88 for the match. 18 and bull. Bullseye for the bounty hunter.
63.
Doesn't go.
Ryan, you
Finesse
require
of a ton top. He's
112.
already had one in this game, the 108. Can he end it with a 112? No is the answer. And so Dowling is back to
100.
condemn Ryan
Kev, you require
Finesse
25.
into back-to-back defeats.
It's the 9. Long way off, nearly in the double 16.
17.
Inside wire of the double 8. He
Ryan,
gave
you
it a
require 12.
great shot.
And so Finesse now gets his chance to go through. But
No
he's gone
score.
the other side. He's busted into the
Kev,
double
you
10.
require 8.
And Dowling gets another life. And
Game shot
Finesse
and
is
the
going to be
match,
made to
Kev
wait as he
Dowling.
spurns opportunities to qualify. Kevin Dowling inflicts the Wiltshire man into back-to-back defeats. That's the tail of the tape. A 4-3 win for Kevin Dowling. After the break is Wood and Adams. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series,
First
where
leg, it's
Brian
Tony to
Finesse
throw
has spurned an opportunity to
Game
qualify
on.
for tomorrow night's final, losing out in the last leg to Kevin Dowling, having had match starts of 6-6 to go through. Next up for us, Simon Adams, who's in the box seat for second position, taking on Tony Wood. Alongside me for this one to
41.
talk us through it is Matthew Edgar. What do you expect to see in this one?
Well, there's opportunity on the line here, isn't there? Simon Adams has got a chance here if he wins this match to join Ryan Finesse at the
100.
top of the table on 12 points. And he would can still play a bit of a part here in the fate of this table, but
100.
you feel this has got to be a big score here for Tony.
It has to be 4-zip. We are now past the halfway
26.
point of the session. Session 1 of 2 here this evening. Forget Group B is going to be back from 10 o'clock this evening, where Mike Warburton is leading the way and in a very good position to
140.
qualify himself through to tomorrow night. Ryan Finesse's champagne is still on ice, and, well, the champagne may well be melting if he carries on losing games here.
100.
But Woods has had the better of the early exchanges here. Got the first opportunity to set up a finish on throw.
Game that just feels already that the pace is being sucked out of it by Tony Wood. Simon Adams just moving a bit slower. Trying to match the pace of Tony here in this one.
So Wood, first poke, 80
137.
for the opening leg. And
Tony require
Adams
80.
applies some pressure, even 138, but this a 1-0. And Tony Wood, who looks at double 10 to
Game
take
shot
the
on the
opening
first
leg in
leg,
14
Tony Wood.
darts, and the pincher with a promising start. Holding throw in 14 darts. He leads Simon Adams
Second leg,
by a
it's
leg to
Simon to
0.
throw first. Game on. $55.
Built here for Tony would really shake things up in the terms of this table. Got Finesse sat in top position. 12 points. Adams and Cantlay both on 10. If Woods were to get this victory
26.
here, he would move on to 8 points. And his last 2 fixtures are against the 2 players at the bottom of the table, Stu Wilson and Kevin Dowling.
45.
Yeah, that table demonstrating the top half and the bottom half. Tony Wood on 8 points. Stu Wilson on 4 points, as is Kevin Dowling, who's at the foot of the table. Minus 13 legs difference.
100. $57.
Are we beginning to get a bit of a trend with Simon Adams that when we get to the middle portion of the day, he can hit a little bit of a brick wall?
Yeah, it's just the fatigue. He's 56 years old now, Simon Adams, and this is an awful lot of darts, but he wants to play some more, I can guarantee you that. He's going to want to be here tomorrow night playing in them finals.
41.
Yeah, he's been a real popular addition to the Super Series as Simon Adams. He's endeared himself on the stage, but also to us behind the scenes.
100.
Very popular amongst his peers as well, hasn't he? And look, we're in a competitive environment here at the Super Series, but there's a different dynamic when you play here, aren't you? When the practice room is so close and close, you get to know people as opposed to them just being opponents on the other side of a room.
40.
I think Simon has made plenty of friends over the last 5 days.
I think he's probably made a few fans as well. People have enjoyed watching him and how he's embraced the experience, always playing with a smile on his face.
45.
And we're actually going to hear from Simon. He caught up with Chris Murphy earlier on this week. And that interview is going to be available on our YouTube channel, which, don't forget, drop and subscribe because we've got plenty of bonus content available for you. We've got the
83.
Bullseye and Around the World challenges available on there. And if you're a foodie, and I know you're a foodie, Matt, you can watch a Leonard Gates UK-US Food Challenge, all available on the Super Series YouTube channel. And if you ever miss any of the action, you can tune into our
85.
highlight show after every single day's play. Another bonus content available there. I believe we're going to have some goodies as well between now and Christmas. So do give us a subscribe.
$43. Simon, you require 114.
14 for Adams to square this game up at 1 apiece. And he has got 6 darts from here because only elected to go for the single 20 of his last dart as opposed to the single
82.
18. Would have left him on the big fish.
Tony Wood held his throwing 14 darts, a dominant opening leg. Give Simon Adams the luxury of an 8th
128.
visit to the board.
Simon, you require 32.
216 to Simon Adams to square this game up. That might be a helpful guide. Well, he's eking closer.
Game
And he
shot on the
finds a
second
way in with the
leg, Simon
last. It's
Adams.
1-1. I don't think I'm ever going to
Third
bore
leg,
seeing
it's Tony
that.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, you might be seeing it quite a bit more this week. He's still got 2 more fixtures to go. They are against Ryan Finesse, who is stuttering towards the line.
120.
That was. And it just didn't penetrate and stay in the board. And his last game will be against Stu Wilson. Still very much in the mix
83.
in terms of Saturday night qualification.
Would you like to feel optimistic about Simon Adams? 2,500 to 1 to win the Worlds.
100.
Does start his campaign off against Ricky Evans, which is a handful in its own right.
Interesting, you can get Luke Littler at 66 to 1 to win that particular tournament. 2-time Super Series champ who I think if we were going to do a MVP of the Year awards, I think would probably go on and win it.
Seed
41.
awaiting the winner of Ricky Evans versus Simon Adams at the Palace is the reigning defending world match play champion Nathan Aspinall.
123.
Also in the same section of the draw as arguably the best player in the world right now, Luke Humphries.
I mean, I wouldn't argue it. He's won 3 of the
60.
last 4 big events. He is the player to beat at Ali Pali. There's absolutely no doubt about that.
95.
One of those rare occasions where you don't want to fill it up.
Luke Humphries is the 3-1 favourite to win the World Championship. Van Gerwen at 7-2. Price 9-2. The defending champion Michael Smith
100.
11-1.
Simon, you require 140.
Another one of those. Would have given him a dart at the double 10 to try and get the break of throw here from
120.
Tony Wood, but
Tony,
Tony's
you
gonna be
require
under it
80.
here.
2-1. Double 10. Can you just move that across about half an inch? Oh, he's
60.
clattered the dart of the first. And it's
Simon,
then
you
moved
require
at a right
20.
angle and is veered away. 2-10 for Adams.
could be a little bit awkward.
Game shot on the third
Cancel
leg.
that. That's
Simon
a fantastic
Adams.
dart there from Simon Adams. Sort of come over the top of the barrel.
Fourth leg, it's Simon to throw first.
Broke the throw. Tony Wood.
Game on.
Suppose that's the advantage of these tapered barrels that he's got. Allow him just to sort of slide down the dart rather than that be a hindrance.
29.
Well, he started downstairs on the 19s, didn't like the lie, so went up, then hit single 5, single 5. Suppose that's why he started down. But already, Tony Wood is seizing upon
100.
that and has taken the darts following the first round of throws.
$41.
Done the hard bit in getting the breaker throw, but not driving home the advantage here. Simon Adams, 29 followed by a 41.
$60.
Well, win here for Simon Adams. See him have 1 foot into the final, you'd feel. And he's looking to kick on and
108.
Well,
Adams!
scoring figures in this leg are 29-41, followed by a max. We've all had them legs, Matt, haven't we?
Far too often.
60.
But importantly, he's now wrestled the throw back, having lost it early on in the leg. And so he really does have an opportunity to press home his advantage, having broken Tony in the last.
85.
Tony Wood, this is last chance saloon really here. He is not able to get this fixture. If he loses to Simon Adams, his chances of qualifying are gone.
$97.
Six stars from here for 3-1.
$57.
Adams yet to have a ton plus finish so far today. We've seen 5 ton plus finishes all told over the course of
60.
this afternoon's proceedings.
Simon, you require 109.
109 for Adams to add to that list and to make it 3-1.
Can still go. To move over to the 18s. Able to find, but this is a big ask here for Tony Wood, so the setup play here for Simon Adams becomes quite important.
41. Tony, you require 124.
Square up at 2 apiece. It'd also be the biggest finish of the day so far. What about the 14s here? Single leaves the ball. The bullseye for the pincher to pinch the leg and to break back.
99. Simon, you require 68.
This could be a critical blow here from Simon Adams. Hasn't really been challenged on his darts. Tops away. Leg away.
48. Tony, you require 25.
For a level game.
2-2 when Adams should be in full control of this game. 1 for double 12. He could have taken his pick for many a free at the top of the board.
Game shot on the fourth
Double
flag.
12 was the
Tony
MO
Wood.
and double 12 was taken out. Square we are at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Tony to throw first.
You just
Game
cannot
on.
separate these players in this group. But you know what? We love sessions like this, Matt, don't we? The enthralling nature, the toing and the throwing, the tension and the drama.
100.
Now, if Adams wins this game by the margin of 4 legs to 2, it would mean that Marco Cantella is in must-win territory
100.
against Kevin Dowling. But remember, Kevin beat the man at the top of the pile last time out in Ryan Finesse.
Ryan Finesse really could have had this group done, dusted and wrapped up, but stuttering towards the finishing
81.
post. And he's now got quite a few chasers behind him.
Ryan Finesse must be having that feeling of Lightning McQueen in the film Cars, where he's steaming ahead of the rest of the field going into the last lap of the Piston Cup, and then one of the wheels falls off, and then suddenly he's racing towards the line with A, 3 wheels, but B, with
30.
people with people behind his back, and suddenly you're panicking, and it's going to be a bit more of a limp over the line.
Can you limp with
60.
3 wheels? I've never seen a car limp before.
$58.
Spoiler for you, he didn't win the race.
I think that's the last bit of the movie you haven't told us about there, so completes the story.
Just don't let me give you any
95.
spoilers of the film Titanic. Anyway, Adam,
Important exchange here for Tony Wood. Make sure he's got his thinking on here. Doesn't
60.
do so. Bullor 25 would left to finish. He went aggressive, and he's now give Simon Adams 6 darts here at the 1-2-1 to regain that break of throw. Can't do it on this occasion, but this is all about the setup play here for Simon Adams.
36.
Not made most of that extra visit.
even just a singular treble here will mean that Woods piled on surmountable pressure. Couple of trebles, and Adams will need to take the 85 out. That second dart has found its way
58.
into the single 20, and so
Time
only a
you require
58 score from
85.
Wood, and Adams now 85 to get the breaker throw and to move 3-2 up. Remember, a 4-2 win means that Cantella has to win or he's out. The bullseye.
54. Tony require 114.
Doesn't go, and so Wood returns to 114 to just about keep hold of his throw. It'll be a hold that'll feel a little bit like a break for the pincher, who's looking to pinch another one. If he can find tops.
94.
Just drags below.
Simon,
Fine
you
effort there
require
from Tony
31.
Wood, but he's had 21 darts here to hold his throw, and you're not going to keep getting away with that. He did get away, very close to the double 15. One more dart at the fours,
23.
and maybe Tony Wood
Tony,
will
you
get away
require
with it.
20.
The 3 darts at double 10 to keep his hopes alive.
Tense moments. Big darts, double 5. Marco Cantella prays this goes in.
Game shot on
And
the
his
fifth
prayers
leg,
may
Tony
well
Wood.
have just been answered. 3-2 to Tony Wood. And if Wood can win this match, it means
Sixth leg,
Cantella
it's
has a
Simon to
big
throw
chance against
first.
Dowling. He needs to win and win big, though.
Game on.
But it wouldn't surprise you if this game went 3-3.
82. $100.
Simon Adams is playing at his best. It's that first dart right.
140.
Starting to find that first dart again here. Marine signs for Tony Wood, but he will have the advantage of throwing first in the last leg if it goes all the way.
$78. $90.
Timing.
140.
He chased down his first max of this match. Couldn't find it with the last start, but he's put himself back in the leg. Again, that first start for Simon Adams.
139.
Well, we know what he's not going to do. Wood can only try and set up Adams to send us all the way to a last leg decider.
59. Simon, you require 50.
Goes 10 for tops.
Game shot on the
Bound
sixth leg.
For
Simon Adams.
14 data to send us all the way. Tony Wood free, Simon
Seventh
Adams
and final
free.
leg. It's Tony to
And
throw
perhaps
first.
the most interested party
Game
is in
on.
the practice room, and that is Marco Candela.
When you get to a last leg shootout and you throw in to try and save your week, you open with a treble 20, it just settles you down,
85.
makes you feel reliant on yourself. There's that first start again from Simon Adams.
80.
Nothing to split the players.
$93.
This will be a nervy moment for both players. Simon Adams could move himself onto 12 points and joint top of the table with a victory here. It's all hinging on one leg.
35.
The worst possible time for a bounce out for Simon Adams, and now it really is advantage Tony Wood in this last leg.
Well, he's 60 points clear, plus the advantage of throw. So he's just thinking now one treble, even a maximum from Simon Adams would be ineffective.
60. $95.
So, all about setting up from here then for Tony Wood. The game's in the palm of his hands. A reminder of the situation in the group. Finesse, 12 points, plus 14 legs difference. Simon Adams,
59.
10 points, plus 9 legs difference as things stand. A win will put him on 12 points, plus 10. And Candler is on 10 points, minus 1 in terms of legs difference.
60.
Nothing really in the scoring phase. It's still just that advantage of throw that we had 12 darts ago that separates the two. And that is an assured dart there from Tony Wood. Timing. Will this be his first maximum of the game?
121.
That little deflection could become crucial.
Tony visibly not too pleased there, but
140.
he's himself an 83 for the match.
Tony require 83.
To condemn Simon Adams to defeat and to keep him hanging on and awaiting his fate as Downing takes on Candela next. There's 2 darts in his hand, a double 16
Shot and the
for a
match.
big win for Tony Woods and an even bigger defeat for Simon Adams. He may be smiling on the outside, but on the inside he knows he's missed a big opportunity. It opens up the door now for Marco Candela, who's in action after the break against Kevin Dowling.
Welcome back to the Super Series as we hit the business end of this Group C campaign. And up to now, nobody can take the bull by the horns. We are looking for the next player to stand up, and that will be Marco Cantelé. He's currently sat in third position on 10 points. A victory here will move him into the top two, joint 12 points alongside Ryan Finesse.
First leg, it's Kev to throw first. Game on.
Central banana skin for him here, though. Kevin Dowling has just beat Ryan Finesse, the man top of the table.
Yeah, for Simon's fate, it may come down to his match with Ryan Finesse.
67.
Marco just takes care of his last two games. One here against Kevin. The other one, though, is also against Ryan. And could well decide where Marco and Simon end up finishing in the table.
99.
All Marco can do, just take care of what he can control, win his final two games.
$45.
Mathematically, of course, Tony Wood still not out of the race. He wins his final two. Simon and Marco are
95.
defeated in their final two. Could leapfrog them.
Just play the bottom two. Does Tony Wood, Stu Wilson and Kevin Dowling still to play?
100.
Feel, getting to the point, it's mostly about the top three. Marco coming out swinging in this fixture. First maximum in the opening leg, his fourth of the day.
In spells, he's looked brilliant, hasn't he? And then matches he's effectively
38. Marco, you require 127.
victory on a plate. He's been defeated.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, he didn't
Marco
need to go for it. He
Cantelé.
went for it anyway, and he hits it. A fantastic way to start this match. A 12-darter there for Cantelé to break the throw.
Second
A
leg, it's
180
Marco
and a
to throw
127.
And game.
Game on.
And game, indeed. Jack Garwood had his moment. He got to call in the Hinks.
$70.
That has been a bit of a theme of Marco has done something fabulous and instantly almost undoing that good work.
60.
You could see the wire bending there. And Dowling somehow putting all three of those one closer than the other.
$96. $81. $97.
I just feel that Marco just needs the hassle-free game where he doesn't get himself caught up in a bit of a tussle.
100.
Well, it could do with a big score line as well, because the difference between him, Ryan Finesse and Simon Adams is those leg difference. He's on 0 while Finesse and Adams both have sizable leg differences, so
60.
going to need to claw that back a bit.
Yeah, it's that +8 for Adams could be ultimately his downfall.
$45.
And now, having 2 visits to get rid of 178.
They need more than that. Not making much of a dent or a hole in this one. He said he needs a bit of a hassle-free game.
24.
Well, he's causing his own drama here.
And that release there was very edgy looking.
Seen a lot of head
59.
shaking today from Kevin Dowling.
Marker, you require 154.
Sort of mid-throw, he's certainly not settled within his action.
$96.
Big last
Kev, you
start there
require
for Marco.
156.
That's the question with Dowling. If he can take the 156, he can't. So Cantele will return, put himself halfway to the victory he so
85.
valuably needs.
Marco, you require 58.
Been a real theme in our previous 3 matches, going all the way.
$18. Kev, you require 71.
Pops for Dowling.
51.
Doubles
Marco, you require
was a
40.
good friend to him in that game with Ryan Finesse. He was helping them out with the first starting hand on those combinations. But Cantele, it feels like it's either first start or he never hits it.
Yeah, last time out it was 4 from 20 on the doubling.
No score. Kev, you require 20.
See the confidence oozing out of Marco here.
It was 4 from 10 in his first game,
Game shot on the
then
second
2
leg.
from 7,
Kev Dowling.
then 4 from 20. He's already 1 from
Third
6
leg,
here.
it's Kev to throw first. Game on. $60.
Notice here how Marco again has sucked the pace out of the game and just feel he plays a little bit better with a bit more pace and a
100.
bit more rhythm.
Had evidence of that right over the course of the 5 days this week in week 5.
125. $81.
Every single dart now for Kevin, there's a head shake.
60.
The frustration is taking over.
In this series 6, week 1 winner
83.
was Willie Borland, safely through to Champions Week. Week 2 was Lee Bolton, a regular fixture in Champions Week.
60.
3, Charles Barstow. 4, another popular winner, Cam Crabtree.
137.
5th of 12 will be confirmed tomorrow night.
66.
The only thing we've
Marco,
got
you
confirmed
require
so far for
100.
tomorrow night is Ben Robb will be there.
Yep, that's all we know, even at this stage. Unlikely Ryan Furness won't be there. He's had 2 opportunities to confirm his place, of course.
52. Kev, you require 130.
Till 20 leaves the ball. Unlikely looking lead, but he has the lead.
Third leg, Kev Dowling.
Beautiful 130 out from Kevin Dowling. That'll give him something to feel a little more chipper about.
Fourth leg, it's Marco to throw first. Game on.
It's like he surprised himself, wasn't it?
$81.
$130 though goes into the box with the other big finishes he's had this week so far. He has a 101, a 117, and a 107. So 4 Templars checkouts so far.
$95. $60.
It feels comfortable at the moment for the players.
96.
Everything's a bit forced, isn't it? Real rhythm to anything at the moment.
In regard to the importance here lies on the shoulders of Marco
100.
Cantelou, who can still qualify through for Saturday night. He could still win this group. His best day really did come on Wednesday when he
85.
had that statement day, averaging nearly 90 across his 5 matches. High over 94.37, and that made him favourite to win this group.
58. Marco, you
Yeah.
require 144.
Thursday morning, he was the 9-4 favourite. He not even qualified.
Well, we see that in Group B as well, didn't we? Steve West, 6-4 favourite to win the group, and he's currently not even in the top 3.
94.
Win bizarrely, but what a win it was.
43. Marco, you require 50.
Persists with tops.
Game shot on
Now,
the
this
fourth
just tells
leg,
me about
Marco
how he's playing
Cantelou.
completely on feeling, because in the last leg, when he wanted 100, he went for the treble 16 for the 80.
Fifth leg, it's Kev to throw
Which meant
first.
he'd have burnt an extra dart to leave
Game
the double
on.
16. And now, when he's got the opportunity to leave double 16 with 1 dart, he's opted for tops again.
Yeah, could have gone single 18 for 32, but it was 10 for tops, and that's a max.
180.
One apiece in that column.
Second of the event here for Kevin Dowling. It's
85.
at a time where Simon Adams, Ryan Furness, and to a degree Tony Wood will be very happy to see.
Absolutely. Keeps them in it if Dowling
100.
can pick up the 2 points against Marco.
95. $60. 22.
So far, the theme of
Kev, you require
Group
161.
C is the lack of consistency.
$100.
I personally think that Ryan's played better today than he did yesterday, but yesterday he picked up 5 out of 5.
Yeah, and for Kev Dowling, he won his opening fixture, then went on a losing run of
78.
6.
Kev, you
And
require
at one point, you
61.
started to think, is he going to pick up another victory here in this group? He beat them on top of the table. And now he's clear here against Marco Cantlay. A possibility. Put himself a leg
29.
away from back-to-back victories.
Yeah, against, well, the top 2, because currently Marco is in joint second place in terms of points.
$57. Kev, you require 32. Game shot on the 5th leg. Kev Dowling.
Let's go within 1. Yeah, this is tough
6th
going for
leg. It's
Marco.
Marco to throw first. Game on.
In touching distance of a qualifying place.
His last game is against Ryan Finesse as well, Marco Cantlay. So this could be a fatal miss here if he is not to pick up the points against Kev Dowling.
43.
Right now, you'd feel like Kev Dowling should have a bit of a spring in his step here because he should be able to sense the weakness of Marco. He'll be able to sense the nerves and sense the opportunity to get that back-to-back victory.
60.
It's something we spoke of before. You feed off of that. You feed off of their negativity and turn it into a positivity.
$99. $60. $40.
Worrying signs here for the supporters of Marco Cantlay. Worrying signs beginning to grow here because Dowling
85.
finding a treble. Keeping himself on pace with Cantlay here, who's thrown first.
$57.
I think the worrying thing for Cantlay there is the distance of which he is missing the target.
Yeah, he's a long way off the pace, isn't he?
49.
Thing on the 19s. 5 of them. Oh, it's going to be more than 5 of them. Going to be 9 of them.
171.
Dowling can't leave a finish
43.
there, so
Marco, you require
Cantlay
91.
doesn't have to go the bullseye route here. Can go aggressive.
Maybe, by the looks of it, a 5th consecutive. Sorry, a 4th
51.
consecutive guiding leg match.
Which just emphasises the fact of the tension that is coming within the players here with the opportunity that's presenting itself here for a place in Saturday night.
121.
Kevin feels that was
Marco,
too
you
late. That
require
little nod
40.
is, where has that been?
A valid point yesterday.
Game
They'd
shot on the 6th
with the
leg.
graph
Marco
have
Cantele.
been better off in this group.
7th and final leg. It's Kev to throw first. Game on.
Well, Kevin Dowling will throw first in this last leg shootout to get back-to-back victories. He opened with a 26 against Ryan Finesse in this situation.
81.
Much improved. But this, Cantele, is important. He's still within a chance of qualifying for Saturday night. There is only one man under pressure in this leg.
96.
Finds it. He digs out a treble with the last dart in hand. This is where he'll just be standing there hoping to hear 60.
97.
Beautiful last dart there for Kevin Dowling.
Down on 19s, I don't blame him. Last time he was down there. Had
98.
a lot of success with the 3 treble 19s.
And
100.
again, the last start in hand for Kevin Dowling. They hurt the most because Marco will be stood there thinking, here's my opportunity. Kevin just keeps taking it away from him. Marco's just got to keep pace and hope that the opportunity presents itself. Or plan B, fill it up.
125.
Too much shoulder in the final dart of the sequence.
96.
Kevin Dowling doing his part here. He's hit a treble every visit to the board when you've got the throw. What you want to be doing, give yourself the opportunity.
Already seen a Hinksy, 127 in game from this man Marco. Dowling's already had a 130 out as well, of course, on the ball.
21. Kev, you require 127.
Double 8.
Game shot and the match.
A double
Kev
127 in game. One for Marco, one for Kev Dowling, who takes out 2 big finishes there and goes back-to-back victories. Coming up next, Stu Wilson takes on Tony Wood.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for match number 11 of 15, and it's Stu Wilson up against Tony Wood. Just to keep you in the picture in terms of qualification, he has to win this one 4-0 to
First leg, it's due to throw first.
keep himself in the mix.
Game on.
Back in comms with Henry for this match number 11. We said, Henry, been tough going today, hasn't it, for the players?
Yeah, fair to say it's been a marathon session so far. But for the two that go through, it will be hard work, but job done at least. And look, whoever goes through, the two that go through, they know that they're going to have to up the level tomorrow night. That's a given, that's granted, but they'll know the reality of that. It's just about getting through today.
140.
Fear for those that do get through, they've just putting themselves through the absolute ringer today. What will they have left tomorrow? How will their state of mind be? Because this has just been 2 days of
59.
grueling action. No, not one player since yesterday where Furness just eased through the card has just been able to take any kind of control today.
The only saving grace is at least it's the afternoon session, not the evening session. Imagine if this was the other way around. They were playing tonight and it was a group that was cagey like this. You got no recovery time tomorrow. At least if it's the afternoon session, the two that go through just forget about everything that's happened today. Go back, relax, the hotel, wherever they're staying, and then come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I think they will have to. Ryan Furness against Simon Adams follow, and that's a real key game for both. The one win for Furness and any win against Adams, he is confirmed to have qualified and joined Ben Robb.
60.
Warbeat, very much like Furness, the driving seat overnight. He has to come back and continue that domination of Group B.
The one good thing for Wolverhampton is because everybody picked up points last night, only one win is the required. 10 points when a player's reached 2 is enough to go through in Group B because it is 3 players from 5 that make their way into the finale. Wilson's not going to make anywhere for the 1-4-2. Can Tony Wood find the 1-4-7? Well, it'd be the biggest finish of the day. The previous biggest is the 130 we saw in the last match from Kevin Dowling. And this would be as well for a breaker throw. He's potted the red. What could he make of the colours? Well, he cannot find the green, and so Wilson back for 52 to take out the opening leg of the match.
So you require 52.
Tie was match number 5 yesterday. Tony had the throw on that occasion and used it to his advantage, winning 4 legs to 2 with a very good 92.06.
55.
An opening leg break. 15 and tops required for Tony Wood. Oh, he's missed the big number. It's the cardinal sin. So it's only going to be 1 at double.
Game shot
Well, he only needed the
leg.
1.
Tony Wood.
He gets the break. 1-0 to Tony Wood.
Second leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Of course, just a reminder of the scenario. Tony Wood must win by 4-0 to harbour any opportunity.
And the results will go his way, of course. Tony
60.
plays his final game in the first game of the final cycle of games, match number 13. He takes on Kevin Dowling, who should be buoyed
81.
by a 4-3 win over Marco, which included finishes of 130 and 127 to win it.
1-2-7 and game.
$140.
Favourite of our friend and colleague, Mr. Paul Hinks. Sterling job from him this year at the Super Series.
Put a few shifts in. So was at Garwood
80.
this week. On his feet so long, I imagine he shrunk.
And one of our great team of referees. Owen Binks, Charlie Corsafine also making up the officials lineup here at the Super Series.
57.
Yeah, Charlie Corsafine doing his final lakeside at the moment, isn't he?
'83. $100. $95. Tony, you require 144.
So Woods, 144 for a 2-0 lead. Doesn't go this time, but he has got the luxury of 6 starts at it. Because of the miscalculation from
60.
Wilson in the last visit, going and staying on the 20s for the last dart. $84 for Tony Wood then for a 2-0 lead.
45.
Put him halfway towards
Tony, you
victory.
require 84.
$14 and ball. So the bullseye for Tony Woods for 2-0.
Game shot on
And
the
it is
second leg.
found.
Tony
And it is
Wood.
back-to-back 18 dart legs for Tony Woods. He leads Stu Wilson here by 2 legs to 0.
Third leg, it's Stu to throw first. Game on.
Have a 130 on the ball from Kevin Dowling, of course.
100. $84. $41.
In the early stages of leg 3, a chance for Wood to pile on the pain.
$60. $60.
Reminder that next week is the last week of the Super Series in 2023. Week 50 of 50 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And
What are you going to do with yourself?
85.
I'm going to relax and have a good Christmas, mate. So I'm going to probably listen to a bit of you and Nico on the radio.
Have you done all your Christmas
77.
shopping? Is all that in order? That's a no then.
It's a no. But I'm not going to talk about it on the telly. I'm not going to talk about it on the telly. No one wants to know that. But yeah, I'm going to do that. I've got some treats anyway
60.
in mind, so that'll all be sorted on Christmas Eve at 6 o'clock when I'm a couple of sherbets down. Joys of Amazon Prime. Now, I'm one of those
40.
where I like to prefer to actually, like people that are closer, I'll actually take them out and then they can get what they want, wrap it up and whatever, and do it that way. I think it's a better way of doing it personally.
Yeah, it's not particularly imaginative or creative.
But then I can't mess up.
Oh, it's
100.
listen, you're buying someone a present. How can you mess something up? You're giving them a gift from your heart.
That's the problem. No one wants my heart.
60. Tony, you require 112.
112 for Wood and the double breaker throw and a 3-0 lead. Double 20. Left double 16 is leg 3 going to be as easy as 1, 2, 3 for Stu
52.
Wilson.
Stu, you require 123.
16 for the ball. Another one. Oh,
93. Tony, you require 60.
That's another missed big number, but the last time that happened, Tony Wood found tops last start in hand.
20.
But he's not going to do it this time.
Stu, you
Stu
require
Wilson
30.
on a dodgy double 15. Michael Smith likes it over here. That's why most of us don't.
No score.
And he's bust it. You must improve
Tony,
your bust,
you require
Stu.
40.
So Wood back on tops.
He was thinking of double 7.5 for 15.
Game shot on a third
Well, that's
leg.
the double
Tony
break,
Wood.
and that's 3-0. Haven't had a 4-0 scoreline today. Had a lot of
Fourth leg,
4-3s,
it's Tony
mind.
to throw first.
Well done, Henry.
Game on.
Incoming is the comeback from Stu Wilson.
Now, important times ahead because if Stu Wilson can pick up a leg here for 3-0 down, it's enough to send Ryan
140.
Finesse through.
The permutation calculator must be smoking to have dug that deep.
Well done to the person who's doing them calculations.
100.
Must have nothing better to do. Give him a pay rise, I'd say.
$121.
But Tony Woods ticking over quite nicely to try and take the match out. He's got it in the palm of his hands. Wilson needs another treble realistically here.
140.
Does find another treble.
And within 21. Wood has these to add to that lead of 21 points. Take a couple of tons here just to leave tops
60.
in the next 2 visits, but only 60.
$41.
Well, Tony Wood would crave a 140 around about now.
Well, there's one bit of it. Can he just dink this one over the top? He can. Beautiful dart.
140.
That was like a Lionel Messi free kick curled over the wall into the top right-hand corner. And so tops after 12 for Tony Wood to complete a 4-0 win.
60. Tony, you require
rare
40.
4-0 win.
Be the first bagel served of the day at tea time.
Game shot.
And it is found, and Tony Wood seals a 4-0 victory against Stu Wilson. And so Wood's goose may not well have been cooked so far. And so Wood a 4-0 win against Stu Wilson. Finesse and Adams go toe-to-toe when we return. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Tony Wood got the better of Stu Wilson by 4-0. And now we have the man at the top of the pile. He's been dominant since the first start, Ryan Finesse, who needs just one leg to qualify his way into tomorrow night's final. A victory against Simon Adams, and he will be the premier player in the group, and it would confirm the dominance that he has exuded right from the get-go on Thursday morning. Happy to say, alongside me for this one, it's Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, it's a good job the damage was done early for Ryan Finesse, because the last couple of fixtures have kind
First
of
leg,
been
it's Ryan to throw first.
leaving a lot to
Game
be
on.
desired, shall we say. A victory for Ryan Finesse would make it very interesting, though, for that second place position. 3 players currently tied on 10 points, but
140.
Simon Adams does have a game in hand, and that is this fixture right here.
Victory for Simon Adams have put him on to 12 points in the group
100.
alongside Finesse.
$91.
Simon Adams, if he can win here, he puts himself in pole
43.
position to get himself into the finale on Saturday evening. Here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now, just to mark your cards, we're going to be on air at
100.
7:30 on Saturday night on the YouTube channel. And then live from 10 o'clock when we join our friends over at Sporty Stuff TV in the United Kingdom.
43.
See who's
Ryan,
going
you require
to the 5th spot
170.
through. We're going to see some fishing for Finesse. No.
96.
He's himself on 74 to take out this opening salvo.
$180.
All of a sudden, Simon Adams
Ryan, you
puts
require
himself back in the leg,
74.
finding his 6th maximum of this group.
Game shot on the first leg. Ryan
It's a
Finesse.
Double-double. I don't think it was an intended one, but the main thing is the last start was intended, and that's got him the leg. Simon
Second
Adams,
leg, it's Simon to throw first.
6 180s
Game
in this
on.
group. He was very impressive, though, in Group A. He landed 20 maximums across his 3 days of action. So 26 180s so far for Simon Adams this week.
60.
And that is the leg that rubber stamps Ryan Finesse's place into tomorrow night's final. The man from Salisbury will be there, and he will bring a
57.
rather large crowd down with him. And if you are a part of the Finesse fan club, scan that QR code, send you over to dartshop.tv, where you can be a part of the Darty Party and Pompey.
140.
Perfectly described. Do join us. 7:30, the beginning of the action. Plenty
60.
to keep you entertained. And if you do want to be a part of it in the new year, we have tickets available up until the middle part of February. So
Be a part of what, Henry?
60.
Well, I'll give you a second chance here.
the Darty Party in Pompey.
There we go. Easy to say.
82.
So we know Ryan Finesse is going to be there. We know Ben Robb's going to be there, courtesy of winning Group A.
140.
We've still got one more place to go in this group, and Simon Adams is a player that's going to be well and truly in contention here, especially if he can pick up a victory here against Ryan Finesse.
92.
And the danger here
Simon,
is
you
if
require
Finesse knows
101.
that that's job done, does he then lose the intensity in the performance? Because not been there the last couple of fixtures. He's looked a little
83.
bit vulnerable.
Simon has had his ability of just pulling out some
140.
performances
Simon, you require
out the blue, and he's
18.
just had a bit of a wobble. It looks like he's finding another one here, averaging over 94. Double 9 to level up.
Game
And
shot
level
on
up
the
we
second
are.
leg,
1-1.
Simon Adams.
He now knows where the camera is because he's looking straight down the barrel of our side-on camera in the auditorium
Third
before he
leg,
puts
it's
his
Ryan to throw
hands
first.
up in the air, as
Game
Usher
on.
would say. Yeah.
Looked like he was trying to engage there with Ryan Finesse, and Ryan Finesse didn't want any of it. And maybe when we
140.
question, would the intensity slightly removed from the performance? The answer is no. Finesse. Steely determination.
Well, you could argue, if anything, at this moment in time, there'd be more
83.
intensity than ever before.
$59.
I was having a chat with Mace in the last game about what it's going to take out of the players that go through. And you've been involved in a Group C here before, Matt, so you can tell us all about it.
100.
When you go through a group that's had a bit of an attrition to it, how important is the rest and recoup going into the Saturday night?
83.
You don't really need to rest when you're winning. That's the top, middle, and bottom of it. You only feel tired when you're not winning. And it feels like effort when you're not winning, because when you're winning, you're on a high. You don't really
60.
notice the fatigue. Only when you cause yourself unnecessary drama and stress
59.
and go through the emotions, kind of like what Ryan Finesse has done here in this group. I don't think he's going to leave here too happy today, because he's had it in his hands all the way through and probably had it pull out a lot longer than it should have. As Simon Adams causes
Ryan, you're
more
required 160.
unnecessary or unwanted drama for Ryan Finesse.
And he's not going to take out the 160 either. He
140.
sets it up nicely, but is he going to get
Simon,
a
you
go?
require
Adams
78.
threatening the break. 78 for 2-1. What about the 14s now? Stays there for double seven. Treble 20, double seven.
71.
Inside it goes, and so Finesse is going to come
Ryan, you
back.
require 20.
2-1.
$15.
No composure in
Simon,
that
you
visit.
require 7.
Simon Adams, who's been smiling the whole time, is drawn into the big battle now at the top of the table.
$5. Ryan, you
The
require
first sign of a
5.
little bit of frustration. He's still smiling whilst being frustrated.
Even when he's angry, he's happy. But it's double 2 for Finesse
Game shot on the
to move
third leg.
2-1
Ryan
up. And
Finesse.
Simon Adams, beneath the smile, will be raging that he finds himself 2-1 down. Finesse,
Fourth
well, you have
leg,
to
it's
say,
Simon to throw
survived one
first.
there.
Game on.
His job's done. He's in, he's through. It's now about finding out who's going to join him. A win in this match of Finesse would seal
55.
top spot going into tomorrow's proceedings. And
40.
if you are to finish second place, you're guaranteed a opening match against the throw against Ben Robb. I don't think anybody wants that
45.
proposition.
$140.
And if Finesse is to complete the victory here, it'll make that final lap of fixtures that we've got very, very important and tasty. Tony Wood taking on Kevin Dowling,
100.
Cantelate against Finesse, and Adams against Wilson. The three players in the run-in, all playing different opponents.
60.
It would be advantage Adams on the basis of the leg difference. But in the them sort of
98.
shootout conditions, seen some very bizarre things happen here.
Well, talking about the strangest of things, Ryan Finesse was involved in
57.
the first ever 9-dart shootout that happened here at the Super Series. That was in week 8 of Series 1. He was there alongside Andy Hamilton and Lee Schuan.
81.
Finesse actually made it through that particular 9-dart shootout. Adams there
100.
has left himself on a finish because
Simon,
he
you
hit the
require
chop, but if he hit the single, he would have left
122.
himself on a bogey. But that's irrelevant now. He's got himself on a finish. 1-2-2 for 2-2. Triple 18 for the bull. Well, he's left a square ton.
42. Ryan, you require 104.
Double 12.
85.
Bit of a flyer there from
Simon, you require
Ryan
80.
Finesse. Again, offers an opportunity here for Simon Adams to hold on to his throw and keep that pattern of play going. Everything going with the darts. Tops.
60.
Is that
Ryan, you require
the beginning
90.
of the end here for Simon Adams in this one, who could put his fate in his own hands with victory? But this could be a breaker throw here for Ryan Finesse.
3.
It doesn't go.
Simon, you
And they
require
felt like
20.
tired darts as well for Ryan Finesse, in particular that first one at single 3. Adams returning for double 10 to square this game up at 2-2.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
a level
flag.
game it is.
Simon Adams.
22 dart leg to make it 2-2. We're going to get another last leg decider, Matt.
Fifth flag. It's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Has that vibe about
59.
it where the players are just looking so good on their own darts, and anytime you get that, yeah, the games are going to go the way when the players are evenly matched. It's case in point as well in the averages at the moment, if anything,
100.
slightly in favour of Simon Adams, but not enough in the numbers to separate the scoreboard.
42. 60. 100.
Max for Adams
100.
leaves himself on a finish on 161, and he's threatening the break here. His third max of the match.
85. Simon, you require 161.
Couple of trebles would give him a dart at the bull if he wants it. Doesn't need to go for it with Finesse back on 215. We'll never know. He was going to go
60.
directly for it, but he hasn't left it too handy there. That is a 3-dart combination, so Ryan Finesse could bring himself back into this.
44.
He could go treble 17 bull.
Simon, you require 101.
Double 16 for darting 101 for Simon Adams for the break of
85.
throw, and it just smidges inside.
And nowhere near here for Finesse. So it's all about Simon Adams. He could push himself onto 12
97.
points here
Simon, you
and
require
make life
16.
very difficult for Wood and Cantele.
To put him on the hill. 2 8s required. Well, that's bent the wire. That
Game shot
one's
on the
nudged the
fifth
other
flag,
side,
Simon
and that's
Adams.
a breaker throw for Simon Adams to move him 3-2 to the good. And he has wrestled the ascendancy in this game and now throws for a
Sixth
victory
flag,
that will
it's
put him
Simon
on to
to throw
12 points.
first.
Level on points with Ryan Finesse, and it would mean that Wood and Cantler
Game
in
on.
behind have got a huge amount of work to do.
He's nearly there. I think Ryan Finesse is telling his darts off.
100.
So
54.
Simon Adams, if he wins this game 4-2, would not mathematically be through, but he'd have to have every single other leg today go against him for him to go out.
135.
You'd need a Bermuda Triangle effect to knock him out the competition.
And that includes, if the results do happen, it will still be in his hands because the
59.
last match is himself against Stu Wilson. So it would be firmly in his own hands.
Which is ironic.
$60.
Well, he's got so much time on his hands, Simon Adams.
43.
Ryan Finesse has just lost all the impetus and whatever he was telling his darts, they haven't listened to.
135.
He's edging closer now. 2 treble visit leaves him on a 2-darter for the match.
85. Simon,
To
you
put
require
himself
71.
on the cusp of qualification through to tomorrow night's final. He's got 2 darts in his hand, a double 16.
Game
And
shot
Simon
the match.
Adams is
Simon Adams.
so almost into tomorrow night's final. He's eliminated Marco Cantala, and he needs a perfect swing against him, against Tony Wood, to dispel him from the competition. He's almost there. Simon Adams, a 4-2 winner against Ryan Finesse. Wood and Dowling follows this.
And here we come to the business end of Group C. The conclusion is upon us. Ryan Finesse, we know, has
First
gone
leg,
through.
it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Simon Adams currently sat in a qualifying position. Tony Wood, the only man now who can catch him. Marco Cantala eliminated. If Tony Wood is to have any hope of catching Simon Adams, This has to be
123.
Tony Wood. Any leg won by Kevin Dowling will confirm Simon Adams' position in Saturday night.
180.
And if his countryman Devon Peterson's anything to go by, I'm sure after seeing that 180 in, he might be starting to dance.
I think Simon was the biggest outsider of all the 6 players to win the group. Imagine you'd have got somewhere around maybe 3 to 172 for him to qualify. If Dowling wins any leg here, exactly what he's achieved.
60.
Tony Wood, a big favourite, went off 1-3 in this match to win the match, but it's more than just a win for him. Every leg is crucial.
92.
The beauty for Simon Adams is he comes up second.
140.
So even if the disaster happens to him, that the result he doesn't want to go against him
134.
happens, he's still got it in his own hands as well.
Yeah, against Stu Wilson, who at the foot of the table. He has nothing to play for apart from pride.
82. Tony, you require 82.
Treble 18 for double 12. Dowling back for
23.
52.
Kev, you require 52.
Both at it.
36. Tony, you require 59.
Bend of the wire would have eliminated Tony Wood had it found the gap between the wires.
Getting
As
shot
it
on the
is,
first leg, Tony
1-0
Wood.
Tony Wood.
Job one.
Second leg,
Done.
it's Kev to throw first.
There needs to be
Game
8
on.
legs go in a certain direction.
83.
It would be the most bizarre of all permutations if Simon Adams doesn't qualify Saturday night. Don't forget, if you want to join us
94.
here on Saturday night, head over to www.dartshop.tv. Tickets are actually free. It's just a £2 booking fee. Doors open at 6:30. Play gets underway at 7:30.
140.
Or alternately, get out your smart device and scan the QR code on screen. That will take you directly there. Sure, you didn't tell the viewers about that, Mace, because you was
140.
finishing off your game of Snake.
Apparently my phone does have one of those QR scanner jobbies. Not that I use them.
100.
Don't trust all that tech stuff, mate. Don't knock the Nokia. A battery life of 3 months and 14 hours before it needed a recharge.
140.
To be fair, I once needed to put some shelves up and I couldn't find the hammer, so I just used the phone.
$43.
We've seen
Tony,
this a
you
few
require
times today.
127.
Oh, I have.
Have another go, Jack. Another chance to call the 1-2-7 and game. In the maths. And in these situations, you're always aware
55.
how close your opponent is when you know you need to get every
You
single
require
leg.
135.
And 17 remaining. Plus 17 to pressure the 72. Yeah,
112.
that leaves
Tony, you require 72.
awkward looking 23.
He's not going to get a chance to keep his hopes alive. His
32.
hopes, his fate, his
Kev, you
destiny
require
all
23.
lies in the hands of Kevin Dowling. Simon Adams will be watching the screen. He'll be smiling, of course.
If it don't go in, which it does,
Shot on the second
and
leg.
that does
Kev
confirm
Dowling.
joining Ben Robb will be Ryan Finesse and Simon Adams.
Third leg, it's Tony
So
to
we
throw
know
first.
half of our field.
Game on.
Around 1 a.m. this evening, we'll be fully aware of the 6-player lineup
140.
and which groups they go in.
Remember the other day when we was talking about that, when you stand behind a player and you watch and they sort of don't throw the darts and then they end up getting the result. Like that first one for Kevin.
140.
Bit of a pull, nearly hit the 777. Then he nearly hit the loop and then straight in. And you saw the puff of the cheeks from Kevin. And when you're stood behind that, especially in a situation like Tony Wood is, they hurt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they smart.
85.
Forget the action gets underway from 10 p.m. on
95.
Sporty Stuff TV, and of course for our overseas viewers on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Tonight's action being played at a completely different pace, isn't it?
100.
Last night absolutely rattled through.
Really excited to see the conclusion of that group. The bookies' favourite at the start of it all, 6-4, Steve West, not currently
54.
in a qualifying position for that
Oh.
group. Mike Warburton now becomes the 1-4 favourite to see it out, while West moves all the way out 28-1.
Wow, and we've seen the problems Ryan Finesse had today. He came into this as a 4-11
60.
favourite to win the group. Been a very hit and miss day, and Warby himself said last night when he was up on the balcony with Henry that, listen, it's not a foregone conclusion.
60. Tony, you require 116.
Fantastic last night, wasn't he, Warburton? Just timed
Outstanding.
everything to perfection.
No more so than that wonderful 10-dart leg to win the match when it was locked up at 3 apiece.
96. Kev, you require 152. $42. Tony, you require 20. Game shot on the third leg.
Bottom
Tony
corner.
Wood.
They all count as long as they're between the wires.
Fourth leg, it's Kev to throw first. Game on. $81. $81. $121.
Nice full extension there from Kevin Dowling. take a look in the next visit
26.
of the release of Dowling. Everything keeping nice and still. Elbow doesn't deviate too much.
95.
Far from textbook, but when it works for Kevin, it works.
Almost looks a little bit too high for me, except the release is not able to get the arc. It's more of a shot of
Yeah.
the wrist rather than propelling.
Yeah, agreed.
90.
Do it with a lot of players who have a similar pullback. They tend to over-accelerate to generate that power.
It's as if he's trying to shoot it on the same line trajectory of a
21.
gun, like going straight rather than slight rainbow.
And that's why we get the break of the wrist, isn't it? Because that's, again, it's that wonderful analogy you used with a catapult. Exactly that.
60.
Well, it's working for him in this leg. He's got a good 60 points on the board, plus the advantage of throw. One thing you'll get with Kevin Dowling is he'll fight you to
55.
the end. Could be 3-0 down, 300 points down. You'll still get the same effort with every single dart.
He'll still graft. At the
24.
table for tonight will be
Kev, you require
on
128.
8 points, 4 from 4. Heenahan, De Graaf, both winning 2 of their 4. And Weston, McGurk on 1 win apiece. Top 3 qualify that.
Game shot on the fourth
It's gonna
leg.
come
Kev
to a
Dowling.
seriously exciting ending this evening. Warby 1 win away from
Fifth leg,
guaranteed
it's Tony to throw
qualification.
first.
Rest
Game
of the
on.
field still in the mix for one of the 2 remaining spots.
That 1-8 for Kevin Dowling is 5th ton-plus finish of this campaign.
140.
The most likely player of them all to take one out. He's took a 101, a 117, a 107, a high of a 130, and now a 128 as well. Compare that to Simon Adams, who's going to
85.
qualify and could still win this group. He
had a
hasn't
one-
hit any.
He had a 127 as well, didn't he? Kevin Dowling. Match number 10 against Marco. Didn't he take the 127 to win it?
And we had a 127
100.
from Marco.
Yeah, in the same game.
Jack Garwood, our referee today, has been spoilt.
Quite sure he would
60.
stretch to that.
$45. 41.
Let's talk weekly winner then. We had this conversation towards the back end of last night, and we didn't quite have the answer to
60.
where we think the most likely player is to win the week. After seeing the rest of this Group C, I'm still none the wiser in terms of our outright winner. Have you seen anything that's caught your eye?
No, it's hard to see
85.
the winner
Tony, you
coming
require
out
156.
of this group. If I'm being honest, I think Ben Robb's a bigger threat to Warby, who I expect to confirm his place later on this evening. And then, of course, we've got one of either West or
22.
Graf and Conor Heenahan. But for me, if West qualifies, he has the highest ceiling of the group.
60.
Oh, absolutely. He's tested
Tony,
and
you
proven,
require
isn't he? The amount of times we've seen him in
134.
Champions Week. He has never failed to make it to a finals night, but nor has Conor Heenahan.
Yeah, and he was in patches last night. He was wonderful. Again, you
81.
on the
Kev, you
Saturday
require
night
170.
may get away with the odd off game, but ultimately you have to be on point on finals night.
145. Tony, you
Oh,
require 53.
That was so close.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Tony
Kevin
Wood.
Dowling does this quite a lot when he stands at the back of the stage. He's sort of looking into the abyss there and sort of just doesn't want to see. He's
6th
like, I'll
leg,
just
it's Kev
listen,
to
I'll
throw
just wait and
first.
hear.
Well,
I don't want to see
Game
the
on.
darts go in.
That's experience, isn't it? He's just not getting involved. Interestingly, next week's Group A, which features John Henderson, who's favourite, 5-4, Andreas
100.
Harrison, 13-5, Bradley Roos, 9-2, Norbert Attard, 11-2, Chris Wickington, 16-1, and Andreas Toff Jorgensen, 25-1. That's just in Group A.
78.
3-4 is a bit skinny, don't you think, over 3 days?
Yeah.
100. 100. 100. 60. 31.
Fancies another go at it. He's just missed the ball at the 170, and this time he's deliberately left it. Kevin Dowling wants his big moment on the big finish.
Wants another pop at it. Wants something for the highlight reel.
97. Kev, you require 170.
Highlight reel that is littered with big tumblers finishes for Kevin Dowling. And he's on again.
Gonna say he's gonna do well to slide one down the side of there.
43. Kev, you require 72.
Take us all the way.
60. Tony, you
Pretty
require
sure that was going to go and
123.
take us all the way.
Is it as easy as 1, 2, 3 for Tony? Treble 18 leaves a dart at the ball. To end his campaign with a victory, Kevin
98.
Dowling was nodding along. He thought it was going to go.
Kev, you require 12.
So did Tony Wood when it left his hand.
Game shot on a 6th
We
leg.
do. We
Kev
go all the way
Dowling.
to a last leg shootout. Neither player can qualify now for Saturday night.
7th and final leg. It's Tony to
One
throw
of the players
first.
one leg
Game
away
on.
from leaving here with a positive result.
60.
Kevin Dowling, he's got an opportunity here to give a hat-trick of wins. He won his opening game
43.
here of his Group C campaign, then lost 4 in a row, came in today, lost the first couple. Then you could end with 3 consecutive wins.
60.
Yeah, the ruining start he made to his Group C campaign yesterday. So he did make a great start, and then it all went a little bit peaked on.
140.
It was match number 3, wasn't it, where he missed those 10 darts, lost the game 4-0, missing 10 darts at the doubles, and then just never recovered from it.
$60. 81. 60.
Advantage Dowling. He's got 3 darts in hand here, and he's got an advantage on the scoreboard. Look downstairs.
100.
To power it through. 100. Enough on this occasion. Needs another. Finds another. Can he fill it up for the first time in this match?
140. Kev, you require 137. $97.
Set up handy.
Tony, you require 121.
Oh, to finish off with an absolute blinder. Treble 17 leaves the ball.
$96.
Great way to dart.
Kev, you require 40. Game shot, undermatch, Kev Dowling.
Kevin Dowling does finish off with a win, in a disappointing campaign for Tony Wood comes to an end, and his qualification has been denied by, well, just the one leg needed for Kevin Dowling. As it was cemented with a full 3 win. Tony Wood 80.60 the average, Dowling 83.21, just the 180 in there for Kevin Dowling, but there was 10 140s. The finishing 3 from 6 for Wood and 4 from 11 for Kevin Dowling. Well, unfortunately, the coverage on Sporty Stuff TV is about to come to an end, but please stick around for live greyhound racing with Anna Thompson and Donna Reynolds, bringing you all the action from Romford and Oxford. If you want to continue with the darts, switch over to our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where our final 2 matches will be getting underway. Good afternoon. Very nearly. Good evening, but welcome back to the
First
MODUS
leg, it's
Super
Marco
Series
to
for the
throw
penultimate game of this
Game
session.
on.
It is Marco Cantella against Ryan Furness. We are confirmed in terms of our qualifiers. Joining Ben Robb, the winner of Group A, which was played across Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday.
58.
He'll be joined by this man, Ryan Furness, who's currently on 12 points plus 12. He'll be
121.
joined by Simon Adams, who's also on 12 points plus 10 and has a game to play. They both qualify. Tony Wood ends on 10 points.
140.
Had to win last time out, of course, by a big margin, and then hope that Simon Adams was defeated in our final game 4-0.
96.
Well, that's all irrelevant after Dowling defeated Wood. Cantella, he's on 10 points, minus 2. He can get to 12 points, but the most he can get to is plus 2 with a 4-0 win. Now, for me, now I'd be thinking,
59.
if I was Ryan Furness, I know he's qualified and it's job done, but I'd want to finish my campaign on a bit of a high. Maybe to put out a bit of a statement.
140.
Just to make me feel confident going into tomorrow night's finals, because he, without question, is going to have to find another gear tomorrow night from anything we've seen over the past couple of days.
100.
No doubt about that whatsoever, as Cantella pars in a max 144 finesse for an opening leg break, and that maximum for Marco has completely changed the complexion of the leg. 64 to go, 1-0 to the good.
There's been signs and spells from him.
93.
Make no mistake about it.
Marco, you require 64.
One of them came in his opening match where, during spells of that, he was averaging in excess of 110 and opted to go for the ball playing loops. He opted to go for the ball with 3 in hand.
Game shot on the first leg. Marco Cantella.
Make his opening 3 legs of 12, 15 and 13 had he hit the ball. He ended up losing that leg and
second leg, it's
never
Ryan to
really
throw first.
recovered.
Game on.
Well, that's a perfect example why I hate playing this sport. He's thrown one into the 2 of the 20 and then found the double with his last dart. Answers on a postcard.
That was disgusting if you're Ryan Furness. But he's kicked off leg 2 of a maximum.
81.
Threw 12 darts in that opening leg, did Ryan. Left himself on 51 and didn't get a go.
$100.
Saying them out in the last game, there's a lot of tired darts now for Ryan.
40.
Yeah, a lot for everybody. They've had a lot of hockey time over the course of 2 days. Factor's name in this rather comfortable chair is now
121.
bedded in my back.
I was clean shaven.
65.
4 hours ago. Beautiful dart. Come down.
99. Ryan, you require
Well, time to climb the ladder for Finesse to level this game up at 1 apiece. Can he just find one above?
Gotta go ball ball.
Well, he said he should have gone for the bull.
$72.
Tied it up
Marco, you
okay.
require 100.
Cantella. Take the ton out. Now, tops.
80.
And then
Ryan,
just
you
hit the
require
triple 20
48.
last night had. It's sod's law, isn't it? Tots a Finesse for 1-1.
28.
Doesn't go, and so Cantler,
Marco,
double
you require
10.
20.
To go 2-0 to the good and accrue the breaker throw. That's wild. Double 7. Or maybe
Game shot
that
on
was the
second
perfect
leg,
play.
Marco Cantele.
You know the old split shot, don't you? 6 double 7 on 20. It's the only way to go.
Yeah,
Third
Yeah.
leg, it's Marco to throw
plenty
first.
over the years.
Game on.
Down the horse and jockey.
Yeah, there's nothing we haven't seen in this group.
$100.
On the menu for Henry this evening, in between sessions.
57.
5-minute takeaway, isn't it? I don't know. It's on Chef Mason's mind.
Or
We could have a curry club in the commentary box.
45.
I had one last night. Getting worse than me on the curries.
Yeah, but I think the company be a bit better tonight.
140.
There's some people that should just remain work colleagues.
100.
Oh, I'm thinking maybe Thai or Chinese this evening.
95.
Probably Thai, the healthier option.
Nearly had a. That was actually the other option last night. Was a Thai restaurant, but not quite to be.
Not quite to be for Ryan Furness right here.
100.
Single 17.
41. Marco, you require 156.
He's got a bit of brain fog right now.
Been a long day, mate.
Or has.
78.
And Cantler here can go free up here if he can find the 78.
60.
Been
Marco, you
we only
require
got a week
78.
left. So what's been your highlights of the 2023 year at MODUS Super Series?
Tell you after this is double 10 for Cantella. Doesn't go, and so
Ryan, you
Vanessa
require
topper 108.
As options, 54 leaves 54. That leaves double 18.
72. Marco,
And so
you require
Cantler back
20.
for double 10. This for 3-0. Double 5.
Game shot on the
3-0
third
it
leg,
is.
Marco Cantele.
But going back to the point, I think the highlight of the year, I think, look, Luke
Fourth
Littler's going
leg,
to be
it's
high
Ryan
up
to
on the
throw
agenda.
first. Game
But
on.
if we're talking about personal accolades, I think it was commentating on Fallon Sherrick's historic 9 dart. It was me and you and
56.
comms, wasn't it, that day?
Oh, yeah, I was listening to you, yeah. Well, it's a special moment for you, so I just let you have it.
See, this is what friends do.
140.
Yeah, that was one of them. Well, we've had many magical moments. Jim McEwen, of course, winning Champions Week. I thought was wonderful.
58.
Darryl Pilgrim breaking records. 9 darters. Conor Heenan's 9. Steve's West 9, of course. Got to be up there, but back-to-back winning
32.
campaigns for Luke Littler, and the manner in which he did it was something a bit special, and what he's gone on to
41.
200 or so players that have committed to the Super Series this year, and all of those who've won weeks and
105.
Champions Weeks, of course. year, of course. We've had the pleasure of seeing those that used the Super Series as a platform in 2022 to go on and secure tour cards and
Ryan, you require 100.
a wonderful time within the PDC system. And, of course, those over in the
60.
Lakeside Championship right now.
Marco, you require 104.
Yeah, Van Veen's the one that really does spring to mind, making the semi-finals of the European Championships. But Cantler here looking to win the game with a 104 finish, but he's missed the big number. The Finn can't finish off.
72. Ryan, you require
Now it's tops
40.
of finesse.
Game shot on a 4 flag. Ryan finesse.
3-1. Nice leg to side, Mace.
5th
Well,
leg. It's
the
Marco
way
to throw
this
first.
Group C has played out, I certainly wouldn't be
Game
shocked.
on. $58.
And of course, we're back tonight.
Yep, 10 p.m. Sporty Stuff
92.
TV. For the conclusion, what I think is going to be fascinating Group B.
I think you look at someone like Warburton, there's 4 players there. I mean, Shane McGirt was ridiculously unlucky
121.
last night. I mean, he had a 10-die hit against him in the last leg. Steve West won 1 game, 107 average. Conor Heenahan will feel like maybe there was points left out there yesterday as well.
Yeah, Shane
57.
averaged around 90. Only got the 1 win. That's harsh.
Well, put it this way. His averages last night, all 4 of his
100.
averages yesterday. Well, his average in his last game was 95.28. Then elsewhere
60.
in terms of the average guide, 107.36, 89.15, and 91.17. In matter of fact, his last 2 performances, average-wise,
96.
is higher than any of the averages in this Group C.
$140.
That starts.
Marco, you require 126.
That's the Super Series. I said to Matt, well, Matt initially brought it up yesterday. Would Jeffrey de Graaf have been better served not finishing in the top 3 of
94.
Group A and
Ryan, you require
maybe getting in this group?
152.
Well, the 152 isn't going to go, and so Cantler for 4-1 win. Double 16
43.
will
Marco, you
round
require
things off.
32.
double 8. And 4s. And this would mean that Ryan Finesse would have lost 4 of his 5 games today, having
Shot
completed
and
the
the match.
card on day
Marco
1.
Cantele.
Marco Cantella steals a 4-1 success against Ryan Finesse. And now he is dumped off a top spot for now. Simon Adams at the pinnacle of the table. And he's in action up next against Stu Wilson.
Welcome back for our final match of Group C, match number 15. Welcome along to all our viewers on YouTube, on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Stu Wilson.
First leg, it's Simon to throw first.
Irrelevant to the result, will end
Game
on
on.
the foot of the table, and then a little bit like Kevin Dowling, just didn't get out of the blocks yesterday quick enough. This man qualified. He is through
125.
with Ryan Furness to tomorrow night's final, and he was 9-1 to win the group yesterday, and
100.
a win away from winning the group.
You wouldn't even need that.
100.
I make out that a 4-3 defeat for Simon Adams would win him the group on legs 1.
Correct. Spotted.
So just 3 legs
81.
for Simon Adams, and he's the winner of Group C. And, well, when we looked at the odds this morning, we thought 4-11 represented some huge value on Ryan Furness when you looked at the possibilities. But I think here's a chance for you to
95.
use your old BMX line, Mace.
Exactly that. By bookies. Well, that's why I've got a BMX, and bookies run around in Bentleys.
100. $81. $81. Simon, you require 100. $25. Stu, you require 139.
Stu Wilson, it's been the greatest of campaigns, but he could end it well. And a 139 finish.
Game shot
He's
on
on the
first
cards
leg,
and
Stu
landed.
Wilson.
But the reaction from Stu Wilson there is one of a man who's almost disappointed to hit it
Second leg, it's
because
Stu to throw
it's
first.
come too late.
Game on.
Yeah, exactly that. It just leaves you with frustration.
You'd think that it'd give you a positive vibe to leave on, but it doesn't.
140.
It frustrates you more because,
What are you thinking? Where has this been?
well, what you came here to do and what the form you'd been showing, bringing here, it shows it too late. And
45.
you go, well, I knew I had it in me, just didn't come out when I wanted it.
Correct.
100. $41.
You're obviously fatigued, as is Simon Adams. Does he just try and
81.
leave something in the locker now that he's qualified?
Well, thus to the nature of this group, we normally have the rule of 3 here with the
96.
Super Series. That if you lose 3 games, any more than that, you need a bit of fortune. We may end up in qualifying positions where the top 2 have both gone through with 12 points, losing 4 fixtures.
45.
You often can get one player squeezed through with 4 defeats, but it's very rare that you get both.
83. Stu, you require 135. $95. $140. Stu, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg, Stu Wilson.
Averaging 93.94. A
Third leg,
15,
it's Simon to throw
followed
first.
by a 17 darter,
Game
giving
on.
him a double 2-0 lead.
$60.
This is what we know Stu Wilson's capable of, and he's finally showing us here at the Super Series this week. He is a winner of a PDC Challenge Tour at the start of 2022, which they take some winning those over 256 players at the start of the year. All the players that just narrowly missing out on those PDC Tour cards. When you look at the quality
95.
that has been playing on that Challenge Tour this year, the likes of John Henderson, who narrowly missed out on his tour card, pipped to the post by Owen Bates. Barry Van Peer winning the Challenge Tour.
60.
Yeah, there's been some serious talent on that Challenge Tour and Dev Tour in 2023.
80.
It's almost now at a point where it needs to be revamped as a secondary tour rather than essentially what it is at the moment, which is kind of like a dumping ground for the players that don't get the card.
Yeah,
60.
exactly that. It's no longer becoming like a feeder system.
And that's just because nowadays there's probably
60.
more than 128 great players. There's more demand than supply.
$83. $70.
Wilson,
you require
58 points
158.
away from a 3-0 lead.
$92. Simon, you require 136.
Love that. I'll give him a dart at the 88.
96.
It's all just a little bit lethargic at the
require
moment for Simon
66.
Adams, who does tail off towards the back end of days. Could be about to take a double break of throw here. Stu Wilson can hit a preferred area of the board from here, the double 16.
34. Simon, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg, Simon Adams.
Simon eggs one back.
Fourth leg, it's Stu to throw first. Game on. $60. $60. $140.
Good average at the moment from Wilson.
100.
90. Adams on 80.
$60.
Suppose as we are coming up to World Championship season, it's always interesting to have a look at the players we've seen
41.
here at the MODUS Super Series over the year who are going to be taking part in that event. For me, nothing stands out more than our back-to-back champion Luke Littler, who could be a real danger in that event. I've got him down for a potential quarter-final.
140.
So have I.
Ben Robb Our Group A winner will be in that event. He'll be taking on Richard Veenstra. Simon Adams, who you're seeing on your screen now, will be
43.
taking on
Do you require
Ricky
101?
Evans. Marco Cantelé will take on Radak Gagansky.
Game shot on
The
the
beautiful
fourth
finish
flag.
there from Stu
Wilson.
Wilson. Second tumpless checkout of the match. Alex Spellman, someone we've seen
Fifth
here.
flag, it's Simon
He'll
to
be
throw
taking on
first.
Ryan Joyce. That could be a banana skin for Ryan.
Game on.
Absolutely.
Owen Bates will take on Steve Lennon. Another banana skin there for the tour card holders. Jeffrey de Graaf, who we'll see this evening,
95.
taking on Richie Edhouse. Apple Puha, who's going to be here next week, taking part in Group B. He'll be taking on Smash Martin Lukman. Thibaut Tricol.
108.
Marion van den Bogard. Alan Sherrick will take on Jermaine Watamena. Haruki Muramatsu. Scott Williams.
45.
Oh, a player that had plenty of time here at the Super Series, Scott Williams.
So quite a sizable amount of players there that you will regularly see here at the Super Series that will be
59.
taken to that lineup at the Alexandra Palace.
Yeah, I think Scott Williams is a player that he wishes he could still be playing in this environment, because he seems to be the one that's been hurt the most
55.
by the lack of match or matches.
The other thing I always find a bit tricky for players is the fact that the way the system works in that one-year cycle, Scott Williams would have
100.
qualified early for the Players' Championship, the World Championship, got all that stuff to look forward to. But once you've cashed that ticket in and you've been to the World Championship, essentially you go back to the bottom of the pile again, and you've got to do it again, or you've got nothing.
Yep, you got to start over.
85.
Only when you reach that top 32 do you have the luxury of knowing you've at least got the World Championship at the end of the year. But this is a fine performance here from
105.
Stu Wilson. A fantastic way to end the day. Average goes over the 94 mark. And he's 57 points away from his third victory of his Group C campaign.
Yeah, very impressive.
60. Do you require 57?
Just what he would want, but like you said, will also leave him a little frustrated.
Game shot and the match. Stu
Wilson gets it done, and a very impressive performance. He will no doubt go away with a bit of a shake of the head. 4 out of 6 on the doubles in the end for Stu Wilson, including that beautiful 139. Every metric of that performance is superior to pretty much anything else we have seen from him. An end average 93.91, 4 140s, 1 180. All round a good performance. A disappointing campaign, has to be said, finishing at the foot of the table on just 6 points. Kevin Dowling ended up on 8, Tony Wood on 10, Marco on 12, but in position 1 is Ryan Furness, and in position 2, qualifying for finals night tomorrow night, is Simon Adams, and he has joined Henry up on stage.
Yes, thank you very much, Chris. Simon Adams, many congratulations on your debut at the Super Series. You are into Saturday night. Just sum up how you feel right now.
One word?
As many words as you want.
I think I represent more than myself here. I represent everybody at home. I always say we get our hands dirty. It's guys like Etienne Pope that owns a photography company up there that make it happen for us. The Wackett. He knows who I'm talking about. When you get interviewed, you forget the name. Percy Aramse. Those are the guys that really holds up your hands, you know, and we did it for them. You know, I play for more than myself when I'm here. And it's just a wonderful privilege for me to be in that finals tomorrow.
As you say, you're playing for more than just yourself. So when there was times this week where there was adversity, there was games that weren't quite going your way, was that something, that a type of inspiration that you were able to draw upon?
Look, they say it's you're insane if you want to do one thing over and over. So I try adjust I try and do things differently, hold a grip differently, you know, in the game. So if I do one thing over and over and I don't get the result, I'm going to go crazy, man. It's crazy enough if I'm crazy about the sport. But yeah, it's how you act, how you respond to that adversity in the game that sets you apart from whether you're in the finals or not.
You talk about darts back home. What's been the response this week to you playing at the MODUS Super Series?
I keep on telling the guys in the players' room, you know what? People are taking off their shirts and jumping in the river. You know, it's just how happy people are. Most of the people are, because you know there are better dart players than me in South Africa. They're just prevented from taking part in these opportunities. But I want to encourage everybody at home that if I can do it after 44 years, you know, and still do what I'm doing, it is possible for anybody. But our youngsters doesn't have to wait 44 years. We must go back and instill this behavior, this standard right now.
What does that feel like for you then, to be a torchbearer, to be an inspiration, somebody that maybe younger players in South Africa can look up to, can aspire to be?
I sat in the players' room with Kevin Dowling and I said, Simon, it's good to be in the company of a pioneer. They erect statues for pioneers, not for critics, boy. Go and do your thing, you know. So yes, it's a beacon of hope. It's opportunity created by Devon that's up here, that achieved, and now is plowing back. And I'm one of those players that are reaping the benefits from that, and I'm grateful. That's what it is.
Let's talk about you. Let's talk about tomorrow night, because this is a huge opportunity for yourself. You're into the finals. You've got a 1 in 6 chance of now winning a MODUS Super Series week. How much, you've loved every single bit of this week, how much would you love to cap it off by lifting the trophy tomorrow night?
Of course, I always play to win. But you know, for being the first time, every time I walk into this stage, I grow. Everything is just getting better. Everything is not necessarily better, but making use of the opportunity expands the experience that you gain, that you can go plow back and share with others. That's what it really means to me. Yeah.
Well, these are the groups. This is the group breakdown. This is the tournament bracket. So you're going to be joined by Ryan Finesse and you're going to be joined by Ben Robb. And we can tell you that your first game tomorrow night is going to be against Ben, who you've played in Group A this week. How much are you looking forward to that on the stage?
I'm not looking forward to that. No, I am. It's always, you know, it's the first time that I met Ben. I actually fell in love with Ben Yamin while he was playing, and I was watching him and his friends with Stefan Vermaak. And when I met him, he's a very, very nice, good, approachable guy. It's going to be a tough one because Ben is a high-quality player. It means it's always good to come in as an underdog. And yeah, I will give it my best shot.
I'll talk to you just a little bit more in just a second, but before we do that, we're just going to have a look at the results from today's session. These are the 15 games that have been and gone. So just confirmation there of everything that we've seen this afternoon at the Super Series and what it's been a topsy-turvy session here at the Live Lounge. And this is how it correlates in the table. And I think you might like the look of this, Simon. There we go. Second place in the gold, in the qualification spots. And I just want to ask you about what this stage experience has been like for you, because you're going to be playing at the Alexandra Palace next week. You're going to be taking on Ricky Evans at the World Championships. How much has playing on this stage, playing in front of the cameras, the lights, the pressure, how much do you think that's going to help you going into that match next week?
I think if I look back at all the other players that preceded me to this event, I actually had the best experience. I have the best preparation for that big event, and it just sets me up perfectly if I get there, that I will be acquainted with what is expected of me and what I can expect when I get there. It was a good experience for me.
Well, Simon, thank you very much for chatting to us now. And the good news is we're going to be chatting a little bit more with Simon, because you spoke to us earlier on this week, and the interview is going to be available on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel following today's session. So if you want to hear more from Simon, and why would you not want to hear more from Simon Adams, then you can do so there. We're going to be back from 10 o'clock this evening to conclude the proceedings in Group B. Mike Warburton leads the way following a perfect night on day 1. But this afternoon, well, Simon Adams has made history. He's the first ever South African through to a Saturday night here at the Super Series.